Ladies and gentlemen, especially to those who are still at the hallway at the foyer, please come inside the ballroom. Find your respective seats for your respective institutions and universities. Take your seats and settle down. We will have our parade for the Avenue of Visionaries shortly, so we expect everyone to be in their respective seats. Kindly take your seats and stand by. We are ready to begin in 5 minutes. May we request everyone to please all rise for our Avenue of Visionaries. Walking down the paths of this summit are pillars whose visions on innovation have transcended beyond horizons. Pillars whose visions sailed across campuses, institutions, islands, and even countries. We honor them through this walk, our Avenue of Visionaries, starting with our DOST dignitaries. partnered universities, Adamson University,
Ateneo de Davao University,
Ateneo de Manila University,
Ateneo de Naga University,
Ateneo de Zamboanga University,
Bataan Peninsula State University,
Batangas State University,
Bicol State University,
Bohol Island State University,
Bulacan State University,
Cagayan State University,
Camarines Sur Polytechnic Colleges,
Caraga State University,
Cebu Institute of Technology,
Central Philippine University,
Davao del Norte State College,
De La Salle College of St. Benilde,
De La Salle University,
Mapua University,
Father Saturnino Urios University,
Iloilo Science and Technology University,
Isabela State University,
Jose Rizal Memorial State University,
Mariano Marcos State University,
Marikina Polytechnic College,
Mindanao State University, General Santos,
Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology,
Mindoro State University,
Miriam College,
Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology,
Nueva Vizcaya State University,
Palawan State University,
Pangasinan State University,
Philippine Women's College of Davao,
Polytechnic University of the Philippines,
QBO Innovation Hub,
Samar State University,
Siliman University,
St. Louis University, Baguio,
Sultan Kudarat State University,
Surigao del Norte State University,
Tarlac State University,
Technological Institute of the Philippines,
Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas,
University of Mindanao,
University of Santo Tomas,
University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines,
University of Southeastern Philippines,
University of Southern Mindanao,
University of the Cordilleras,
University of the Immaculate Conception,
University of the Philippines, Baguio,
University of the Philippines, Cebu,
University of the Philippines, Diliman,
University of the Philippines, Los Baños,
University of the Philippines, Mindanao,
West Visayas State University,
Asian Institute of Management,
Holy Angel University. May we once more invite all of our universities, institutions, and partners to go back at the center. Ladies and gentlemen, to our DOSC dignitaries, to our institutions and partner universities, you may now go back to your respective tables, but kindly remain standing. We shall follow with the invocation to be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. But for now, kindly settle in your respective areas and tables and remain standing. Once more, kindly remain standing for the invocation to be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiging, helas ng sigahalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng mahiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisikin, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng bagaw, ay hinatang tulang awit sa pagkayang minamahal.
Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Praise God, all creatures here below. Praise God above, ye heavenly hosts. Praise Father, Son, and Holy Ghost.
You may now all take your seats.
Máscara, máscara, papoleo, máscara, máscara, papoleo, máscara, papoleo, máscara.
Feel the rhythm, see the smiles, and move with Bacolod's pride. An explosion of colors and contagious happiness fills the streets. This is the Mascara Festival 2025 Street Dance and Arena Champion from Barangay Tangu, Karina Pagmagsinadya sa Bacolod. This is the 9th TBI Summit, Bacolod City, with a theme, the Innovation Archipelago, connecting ecosystems, expanding horizons. This is our way of saying welcome to the City of Smiles. Let's give it up for the Mascara Dancers! My name is Danny Dinkan, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 9th National TBI Summit.
And of course, my name is Kurt Soberano, and today, everyone, we will be known as the Innovation Archipelago. So much here in 2025, Danny, and towards the future.
Exactly, connecting ecosystems and expanding our horizons. Just like yesterday, today we welcome more delegates, more people. Our DOSC regional offices are here, our partnered institutions and universities, even some stakeholders. Palakpakan po natin ang lahat-lahat. Maraming salamat for being here today. And I expect to see the same optimism just like what I saw yesterday. It's going to be a great day, Kurt.
It is going to be a great day because, of course, time flies so fast. It began in 27 years, and we've been doing this for 9 years, which started with 20 select universities, Danis. And right now, look, we have a network of individuals, groups, institutes, and leaders right here today.
That's why today we talk about not just innovation, but we talk about everyone's commitment, not for today, not for the end of this summit, but for generations to come in the future. And today, we want to welcome you all not just to the City of Smiles, but in the sweet island of Negros Occidental.
When you talk about the island of Negros Occidental, and as earlier we've mentioned about leadership, we would like to hear that voice of that individual who leads our province, our very own beloved governor, the Honorable Eugenio Jose Lacson.
Eyes and attention on screen, and let's hear this.
To our partners from the Department of Science and Technology and the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development, headed by Executive Director Dr. Enrico Paringit, to our friends from the academe, industry, and government, innovators, startup founders, and guests, good morning. We take pride in welcoming all of you to the 9th National Technology Business Incubator Summit, a convergence of leaders and pioneers who continue to shape the future of Philippine innovation. The theme, the Innovation Archipelago, Connecting Ecosystems, Expanding Horizons, captures what we in the province have always believed, that innovation thrives when communities connect, when we share resources and ideas, and when we open doors to new possibilities. For us in Negros Occidental, innovation is not confined to laboratories or startups alone. It is also found in the creativity of our people, the resilience of our farmers and entrepreneurs, and the partnership that bring government, business, and academe together to solve real problems. We recognize the efforts of DOST, PCI, EERD in nurturing this innovation ecosystem, not only in Metro Manila, but across the region. This inclusive approach allows provinces like ours to take part in shaping the future of Philippine technology and enterprise. Negros Occidental has been steadily building an environment that welcomes innovation, from digital transformation in our local governance system to supporting technology-driven enterprises and sustainable energy solutions. We believe that by enabling startups and incubators, we are empowering the next generation of Negrenses innovators who can compete globally while addressing local needs. As host province, we are proud to underscore the vital role that regional innovation plays in driving national growth. The future of the Philippines' innovation landscape will depend on how well we can link our islands, our industries, and our ideas, how we can turn creativity into solutions and technology into opportunities. May this summit inspire all of us to continue building bridges, between researchers and entrepreneurs, between government and the private sector, and between the regions and the entire country. Once again, welcome to Negros Occidental, and may this gathering strengthen our shared commitment to an innovation-driven, inclusive, and sustainable Philippines. Thank you, and may God bless all our endeavors. To our partners from the Department.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was our beloved Governor Bong Lacson for Negros Occidental. And now, we want to make sure that DOST is aligned with its partners on one goal. And with this next person I'm about to introduce on stage, I always love what I hear when he says, Agham Naramdam. It is my honor to welcome on stage the Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology. Join me in giving a round of applause to Dr. Renato Solidum Jr. Palakpakan po natin.
Maayong aga sa tanan. Good morning. Maayong buntag. Yung iba, bahala na kayo sa inyong mga dialect. We are all here today because we believe that startups should be nurtured, supported, and recognized. Like heartbeats, they may appear small, but they play a significant role in our country's economic life by creating more jobs and innovations. And yet, the world has not waited for us. According to the Global Startup Index 2025, by Startup Blink, our country has slipped 4 places, dropping from 60th in 2024 to 64th out of 100 countries. In Asia Pacific, we hold steady at 13th, but steady is a polite word for standing still while others move forward. Manila remains our leading hub, yet, yes, but Iloilo City, Cagayan City, and Solana have begun to emerge, proving the point we cannot ignore. If we are to climb back, if we are to rank up on the global stage, then we must look beyond one city and one center. The future of Philippine innovation is not Metro Manila alone. It is regional, it is plural, and it is archipelagic. That is why technology business incubators matter. They are the levers that lift our local hubs to global visibility. They are the scaffolds that take raw ideas from Iloilo, Cagayan, Bacolod, or Solana and shape them into ventures that can stand toe-to-toe with competitors from Seoul, Tel Aviv, or Silicon Valley. If we are to recover our place, if we are to expand our horizons, it will be because our technology business incubators in the regions refuse to settle for provincial status and instead claim their seat at the world's table. But startups cannot flourish in thin air. They need soil, sunlight, water, essentially support. At the Department of Science and Technology, we have always insisted that science, technology, and innovation are not luxuries for the few, but rather they are instruments for broad-based progress. The Technology Business Incubator Program is our way of proving it. Through our partnerships with higher education institutions and state universities and colleges, we have built structured, supportive ecosystems where startups are not merely begotten, but reared, given mentors, training, networks, and yes, investors who understand the long game. We carried this model further through the higher education institutions' readiness for innovation and technopreneurship, or HARIT program, which does not just train people, but toughens them, preparing academic leaders to become stewards of the next generation of incubators. To date, HERET has funded 59 DOSTP shared assisted TBIs across the country with 531 million pesos, but behind the numbers are stories. 5,576 jobs created means 5,576 families with food on the table. 1.89 billion pesos in private investments attracted means confidence, local and foreign, in the ingenuity of Filipinos. And 1 billion pesos in revenues earned means that ideas scribbled once on the backs of notebooks have grown into enterprises that now pay salaries, taxes, and give hope. We commend all the TBIs present. We appreciate everyone's hard work, dedication, and commitment by creating renewable alternatives to fossil fuels. There is also Genesis Industrial Automation, an R&D firm that offers products and services related to manufacturing machines and automation. These startups, diverse in ambition but unified in purpose, illustrate the point. Incubation matters. Incubators are not merely decorative. They serve as essential support structures. They give nascent ventures the discipline of market tests, the integrity of good governance, the grit to survive the first failures, and the credibility to attract capital. But let us be candid. Money alone will not do it. Programs alone will not do it. What we need is culture. A culture that rewards collaboration over hoarding. A culture that sees a barangay, a campus, a city, even an entire region as a node in a larger network. Relentless in providing solutions and opening opportunities for the Filipino technopreneurs. And this is what I call Agham na Ramdam. Science that will uplift not only your lives, but the lives of our kababayans. So today, I call on everyone to build a more innovative and more patriotic Philippines. This is one way of really expressing our patriotism to our country. It is practical, it is a good investment, and it will keep our hopes of making sure that we progress as a race and as a country. So let's make innovation our new expression of patriotism, where love of country is shown not only by waving the flag, but through ideas that work, technologies that serve, and enterprises that uplift Filipino lives. Maraming salamat. Mabuhay po kayo. Mabuhay ang agham at teknolohiya para sa bayan.
Once again, madamog na salamat, Dr. Renato Solidom Jr. Of course, if there's anything that I'd like to take from his speech, it was the first part, wherein he mentioned that the accomplishments and innovations of the Philippines is not just Metro Manila. It's not singular, but plural. To be exact, it is archipelagic. Now, with this vision, we need support. And with support, we have a message from another dignitary who is here with us today. Please join me in welcoming the Innovative Startup Act Chairperson and Undersecretary for the Department of Science and Technology. Let's give it up for Dr. Leah J. Buendia.
Magandang agham po sa ating lahat, to all the innovators and the change makers. From Cebu in 2017 to Bacolod today, the National Technology Business Incubator Summit has become more than a yearly gathering. It has become a story of how innovation travels across our islands, linking people, ideas, and opportunities. We are not here just to attend the summit, I suppose, but to strengthen our shared vision of an innovation archipelago, a Philippines where every region contributes to a dynamic network of ideas, enterprises, and impact. The Department of Science and Technology, particularly through the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development, continues to support this summit. TBIs, or what we call the Technology Business Incubators, are more than just places with desks and shared offices. They are enabling environments that provide business development services, mentorship, technical facilities, and support to help great ideas become viable and sustainable businesses. We have made strides. Our network of DOST-supported TBIs now counts at 84 incubators, and through HERIT and HERIT RECEED, we are nurturing regional consortia, mentor pools, and aligned roadmaps across the islands. Yet the journey is far from complete. To truly level up, we need strong support from our policy levers, among them the Innovative Startup Act and its steering committee, made up of DOST, DICT, and DTI. ISA, or the Innovative Startup Act, stands for incubators, startups, and accelerators, which are our primary customers, each with corresponding intended outcomes and targets by 2030. Specifically, we want to achieve the following: sustained operations of the technology business incubators through strengthened HEI entrepreneurial capacity. Startups have access to technical and financial resources to scale and grow, and accelerators and investors adequately support the sustainability of startups. With this, we are targeting 50 new TBIs. 90% of the TBIs are self-sustaining, a 100% increase in the number of Filipino startups, a 100% increase in the number of startups funded, $10 billion investments raised for startups, and for Filipino unicorns, among others. Quite a dream. But with you around, this dream will become a reality. To achieve this, we will focus our efforts in enhancing program design and implementation, resource generation and mobilization, policy innovation, organizational strengthening, and stakeholders' engagement, while we continuously deliver our initiatives and programs for startups and startup enablers. With the theme, the Innovation Archipelago, Connecting Ecosystems, Expanding Horizons, this 9th summit is bound to highlight our region's strength in building inclusive and sustainable innovations. The presence of incubators, startups, investors, and enablers today is a clear proof to how collaboration drives growth. We believe that our collective efforts further push the advancement of the country's startup ecosystem. To the incubator managers, startup founders, regional technopreneurs who are here today, lean on this and make yourselves known to the ISA Steering Committee and host agencies. Use the policy instruments afforded you by ISA. Push for clarity, transparency, and accountability. To the representatives of the ISA Steering Committee, DOST, DICT, and DTI, and its allied agencies, your role is pivotal. When TBIs are stronger, they become effective multipliers of innovation. When startups are empowered, they create jobs, solutions, and impact across our archipelago. As we convene under the theme Innovation Archipelago, connecting ecosystems, expanding horizons, let us commit not just to symbolic gestures, but to real systems and structures of support. Let us bring to life an ISA that is responsive, accessible, and rooted in every region, so that innovation and startup growth are not centered only in Metro Manila, but in Northern Luzon, in the Visayas, in Mindanao, and in every province. Together with TBIs, startups, government, academia, and investors, we can turn great ideas into lasting enterprises and ensure that the next wave of Filipino technopreneurs carries with them not just ambition, but the scaffolding, the resources, and the support they need to succeed. Maraming salamat po, and I wish you a productive, inspiring, and catalytic summit ahead.
Maraming salamat. Dr. Eka Buendia, thank you so much, Doc. And I hope you heard that, everybody. I hope you're not just clapping your hands because the speech is done, but because you're clapping your hands because you're ready for our plenary sessions. Two speakers have already spoken on stage, and if we combine the message of these two speakers, they are saying that what we are doing here today is not decorative. Again, let me say that. What we're doing here today is not decorative. We are an essential and enabling environment. I'm not saying this because I'm not talking about the university. I'm talking about every leader who is here today. Each of you are enablers and essential support to this environment and ecosystem that we're preparing. So, drink all the coffee that is at our coffee stations. We are ready for the first plenary session. Inhale, exhale. Our first plenary address today will be coming from an outstanding engineer who led and worked on numerous game-changing programs and projects in the fields of land surveying, remote sensing, and geographic information system, environmental monitoring, and disaster risk assessment and management. One of these is the disaster risk exposure, assessment, and mitigation light ranging and detection technology, or DREAM LIDAR, which addressed and helped mitigate the effects of flooding disasters in the country by producing accurate national terrain elevation maps and training highly skilled leader and flood mapping experts all over the country. These initiatives have been proven essential in the country's resource monitoring and management, and in various government agencies' decision-making processes for policy formulation. He also introduced reforms in the R&D and startup grant schemes, capacity building, and pursued partnerships to enable and accelerate the pace of innovation in the Philippines. To showcase various DOST shared programs on entrepreneurship and innovation, as well as present the national startup ecosystem landscape through a regional lens, he will share the topic, Inclusivity and Sustainability in Startups, Regional Goals. Join us in welcoming on stage. A warm round of applause to Dr. Enrico Paringit. Palakpakan po natin.
Madam MC. So given the lengthy introduction, I now have a few minutes to do the talk. But thank you very much again. So I'm here to talk about inclusive and sustainable startups. And of course, what our goals are for the regions. Next slide, please, if there's no... Okay. So I think I've given you a brief introduction to this. If you were here yesterday for our first National Impact Program conference, I would have given you a very good glimpse of what PSHERD does, no, in relation, of course, to the national innovation ecosystem. Mainly, we are a sectoral planning council that supports research and development in terms of managing funds and projects. We provide human resource development capabilities. Of course, the transfer and commercialization of technologies are top-notch in our programs. And of course, we provide also recommendations on key policies and regulations to make innovation a lot more vibrant in the country. Next slide, please. The support we provide is guided by our strategic framework we call Nexus of Innovation. You will see there, top middle, the funding, there is a strong, immense support for fusing technology and business. And this is enshrined in the key programs and projects which we are supporting now on technology business incubation, startup development, and of course, the spin-off support program through Fast Track and Impact. So we see here that we offer scientific and technological interventions for resilient and sustainable communities, support industry productivity and competitiveness through S&T interventions, and develop core technologies to promote science communication. Translating that framework into this pathway, we see many branches leading to distinct programs that our researchers, higher education institutions, and research and development institutions can avail from the DOST programs. Narrowing this earlier path into the programs for startups, startup enablers, and with startup ecosystems, we have four main approaches which all intertwine with each other. So this is pretty much laid down entrepreneurship and innovation support of DOST PSHERD. We begin by cultivating ideas and concepts with minimal prototype in universities through us, the technology business incubators under the HIRIT program, until our startups can reach the product market fit, are finally able to graduate and scale. They will be supported by the infrastructure cultivated by the respective consortia under the RECEED program. And in between, we also provide direct support to these individuals through the Startup Grant Fund, the WH-WISE program, which is a special program for women-led social enterprises. From a wider viewpoint, we now look into the national startup ecosystem from the lens of the accomplishments of the regional consortia. Allow me to present a few of these. Through the RECEED program, the number of provinces with startup activities increased from 39 to 59. PSHERD-funded TBIs and UST regional offices. PSHERD-funded TBIs and UST regional offices are tapped to help our state universities and colleges and other HAIs to establish their own technology business incubators and assist the LGUs in less active provinces to develop their startup programs. Other initiatives such as the startup caravans, hackathons, and pitching competitions held in these provinces help increase startup awareness. This will help and contribute in increasing our global startup ecosystem ranking. With increased regional innovation activity, we have welcomed more. As of our latest count, we have 2,022 startups across the country, which are expected to rise as we traverse the coming years. Currently, as was mentioned by our good secretary, we rank 64th globally in the global startup ecosystem and number 54th in the innovation scene. But despite the decrease in global rankings, we see how many more cities across the country are making themselves known in this startup ecosystem. But beyond ranks, we can fully establish pathways leading to the accomplishments of these strategic priorities. Let me share with you our programs for startups and startup enablers. We can see how those transformations echo in our consortia. First, the RESEED program has achieved all of these numbers: private investments, accelerated startups, and even LGUs who have enacted policies incentivizing startup movements. We have also expanded to include our current 8 regions with, of course, the new region, the NIR region, Buglas, currently in the growth stage. However, by casting a wider net and carefully examining the real motivations, problems, and needs of our startup enablers and startups within this consortia, we may gain a unique perspective, one that may ultimately aid in harmonized, inclusive, and sustainable regional goals. Across the years, we have amassed quite a large number, but the goals does not stop there. After the HIRIT program, we are taking it up a notch through the SNT parks. The Higher Education Institution Readiness for Innovation and Entrepreneurship produced the following numbers. It was mentioned that about 2022 startups had been incubated across these different technology business incubators. I'm sure you can relate to this because around between 10 to 15 are being incubated under your HIRIT and TBI establishment program. So far, we have amassed cumulatively 1.89 billion worth of private investments. And the startups have reported to have received a total of 1.08 billion in revenues. This has also resulted in 5,756 jobs generated. And how much did we invest in total in comparison to the gains made? In total, we have invested 531 million. So the translation really is like 4 times fold in terms of return. So on this, we have 15 TBI managers supported, 20 and capacitated, and 20 TBI managers capacitated. You might also ask, what is it for the startups to look forward to within these TBIs? So just this year, we had our call for the Startup Grant Fund. We already have 66 startups, but anchoring on the P-Shared roadmap, more startups are targeted to be funded. So if you are one of those incubators who might be interested to encourage your startups, to kindly watch out for the next call. The Startup Grant Fund program from 2017 to 2025 was able to accomplish the following. There were 66 startups that were supported, 270 million worth of funding was given, and this, according to the reports of the startup themselves, have created 3,560 jobs and resulted in a capital investment raise of around 256 million with 2,527 clients acquired. This has resulted in a revenue of 970 million. We want to fund 105 more startups by 2026 and another 120 by 2027. From the WH-WISE program, our goal is to empower more women-led social enterprises with grassroots approach in mentoring and training, technology adoption, and funding. Thus, we have partnered with our US regional office, which are also present, of course, in this affair for this venture. Again, we are calling out, if you know of any women entrepreneur or woman social entrepreneur, you may reach out to the nearest DUST regional office. Just to report to everyone, the Women Helping Women Innovating Social Enterprise have supported 24 social enterprises but we are actually quite behind our goal, which is to support 60 more women enterprise in the coming years. So we hope to reach this target by 2028. The next steps for the USTP shared is as follows. We would like to take this opportunity to share the activity on inclusive startups and startup enablers census and information gathering for holistic tracking. It's been years since the UST has started supporting startups and startup enablers via funding or some kind of training. But we believe that there's still something that we could do beyond. The startup ecosystem of the Philippines has not yet been fully explored. To do so, we need to get some more details about our clients, you as incubators, you as startup enablers, the startups themselves, and the stakeholders and the participants in the startup support ecosystem. So we've captured all of these factors and stories. Maybe, perhaps, we can come up with better versions of the assistance program that we are so far giving. We need to evolve our programs in the same way our startups and our environment are also evolving. Finally, to cap, we need to nurture the country to become a thriving and innovation startup ecosystem. You are part of it. Your partners will become part of it. Our future technology business incubator will be part of it. And so we need to expand this growing universe, no? This expanding universe of all of these startups consisting of the different organizations represented in this slide here. So let me take this opportunity to thank everyone for not just being a logo, no? I know that it came with a lot of hardships, sacrifices, investments on your part in terms of time, resources, and people. And I think one of the key messages that I'd like to also convey is that we need to nurture and we need to support the human resources that had so far been developed in our technology business incubators if we are to sustain this further. Second is that we need to look out beyond the maybe four corners of our universities. We may need to reach out also to other higher educational institutions that are not yet part of the TBI ecosystem. Because at the end of the day, we need to work on this together if we have to thrive, sustain, and be resilient for the future. So with that, I thank again everyone for your participation in this National TBI Summits in its 9th year. Maraming salamat po.
Once again, madaming salamat, Dr. Enrico Paringit. Doctor, before you go down, we would like to, of course, to extend our deepest gratitude. Please do join us at the center. With that, we would like to ask Secretary Sulidum, Undersecretary Buendia, the Chief Technology Transfer Officer, Ms. Russell Pili, and Dr. Carmelo Ambut to join us on stage for the awarding and the photo opportunity. We would like to extend our deepest gratitude through a plaque of appreciation. The Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development awards this plaque of appreciation to Dr. Enrico C. Paringit for the plenary address, Inclusivity and Sustainability in Startups, Regional Goals, and unrelenting support in empowering institutions towards innovation. Your contribution is valued with much appreciation and gratitude. Of course, this is signed by Dr. Carmelo Ambut, the consortium head for UMWAD Western Visayas. Once again, everyone, a round of applause for Dr. Enrico Paringit. As we circle back to Dr. Paringit's presentation earlier, we've seen how diverse the Philippine landscape is, both in startup ecosystem characteristics and geography. Each region has its unique identity and contribution to the vibrance that this country has. And what better news it is to have another region in the mix. We are in Bacolod, Negros Occidental, the city of smiles. And in celebration of the birth of the Negros Island region, we will be witnessing testimonials from NIR Startup Consortium's original partners. Please turn your attention right here on stage for the Vice President for Research and Extension of Iloilo Science and Technology University and the United Movement in Western Visayas to accelerate startup and spin-off development. Region 6 Consortium Head, Dr. Carmelo Ambot. A round of applause for him, please.
Good day everyone, maayong aga, halin sa Iloilo kag sa Bacolod. Magandang umaga sa lahat. You know, when you are with these kinds of MC, na mga magaganda yung mga diction, tayo sa mga laylayan, parang na-pressure tayo na nagalingan natin to. I really appreciate the way they handle the program since yesterday po. Anyway, pagtahod sa Tagbalay, pagtahod sa Tatay-Tatay, sa Department of Science and Technology, Busing, Secretary Rene Solidom Jr. Mayang aga, sir. Hindi taron ko mo pagsara-sarahon kaysa pagkrako ka ninyo. So, madiretso na lang ako sa content kang akin. Nga ginsulat kang speech maker ko, nga pirmi lang ko, gaka-off script. Nonetheless, a pleasure to join all of you today as we celebrate another milestone for innovation and collaboration. Oh, di ba? As we know, Negros Occidental once a part of the Western Visayas region, and now proudly part of the newly established nearest region in the Republic of the Philippines, the Negros Island region. And that transition, ladies and gentlemen, is heartening to see that the spirit of partnership and innovation continues to grow even stronger. Technological University of the Philippines, HIVE TBI, has been an outstanding member of UMWAD Consortium. Palakpakan tabi si President Rinaldo Ramos, sir. Ang campus administrator, Dr. Eric Maluoy. Kag ang sa amon nga tinaga bala diri sa Iloilo kag sa Western Visayas, ang nagabaka-baka gid. Sa pag-amakomodar sa aton tanan, the TBI manager, Engineer Juvel Yang. Salamat. Guys, sa kadamo nga TBI diri sa Region 6, I'm proud to say and look before your eyes squarely and declare na yung TUP Hive is one of the outstanding TBIs in UMWAD Consortium. Through this partnership, we've been blessed. We've been blessed an opportunity to contribute in the growth of startup ecosystem in Negros Province. This means that TUPB Hive is an active driver in developing the startup ecosystem in Negros Occidental. Through the collective efforts, our collective efforts in UMWAD with the TUPB Hive, we've seen remarkable progress across the province. Among these achievements are, first, the mapping of the startup ecosystem in Negros Occidental, helping us identify our strengths, challenges, and opportunities for future growth. Second, TUPB Hive assisted different state universities and colleges and public higher education institution in creation of their own TBIs, and third, the CapDev of TBIs, and ensuring that our people, mentors, and institutions are ready to guide and support startup effectively. Lastly, and of course, the creation of the Alpha Accelerator in collaboration with the OST 6 and Bacolod City Local Government Unit. Madamo gig nga salamat. Ara sila dira sa taton nga right side sang stage, which continues to catalyze the nurturing of high-impact standard. Each of these milestones reflect the power of collaboration among government, academia, industry, and innovators who believe that future of Negros lies in creativity, technology, entrepreneurship, among others. So today, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate this summit, as we are in this summit, I want to extend my warmest congratulations to everyone. To our Department of Science and Technology, PSHIRD, to the Negros Island region, the RESEED Consortia, to our fellow state universities and public higher institutions who are here right now, and our overwhelming numbers of partners, kung kainalantaw ko sa slide ni Sir Paringet, gagirinutok ron kita. Meaning, we are all in agreement that this is one of the best things ever happened in our life in the higher education institution in this country through the leadership of the Department of Science and Technology. Abi tukap-tukapan, takaugalingon ta, and pasalamatan ta ang DOST. As a startup ecosystem continues, ladies and gentlemen, to grow, not only in Regis Island region, we remain committed to ourselves, to our mission, to our shared mission, for that matter, to build more vibrant, inclusive, and sustainable startup ecosystem that empowers people and community. Together, we'll continue to prove that innovation truly thrives when collaboration leads the way. Once again, congratulations to everyone behind this initiative. May we keep lighting the spark of innovation across Negros Island and beyond. Sa amon nga lengguwahe, ginatapos ko permi ang akon nga mga hambal sa mga amuning nga pagtipon-tipon, kapin pa kung kami-kami lang sa Iloilo, kag sa Region 6, sa tinaga, nga padayon lang kita. Salamat.
Padayon lang, kag madamo nga salamat. Dr. Carmelo Ambot, thank you so much. Since yesterday, Dr. Ambot never ceases to get everyone's attention. Palakpakan po natin. I got inspired. Hindi na ako mag-English ni Sir. Magbinisaya na lang ko para magkasinabot ratatanan. Okay ra na sa inyo, ha? Mag-Tinagalog ko, mag-Ilonggo, Bisaya. Unsa man gusto ninyo? Hindi na ako mag-English kay mag-social man kaayo. Anyway, let's go back. We also want to hear it down south of NIR from another university. Timing ra, magbinisaya na ko kay ako na ni siya i-introduce. On the other side of the coin, everybody, we will also listen to the TBI manager of Synergy TBI of Silliman University and the Development and Acceleration Support for Innovation Growth, or DASIG, Region 7 Consortium, Assistant Professor Janice Antoniette Forster. Palakpakan po natin.
Good morning. I share the sentiment of Dr. Ambut. Thank you so much for being here in spite of the typhoon in the past few days and the upcoming one. When I look back, I always return to 2019, the year everything began. That was when our university received the support from DOSTP Shared to establish our very own technology business incubator. At the time, I honestly didn't know how much the single grant would change how we saw innovation, not just in one school, but across the islands of Central Visayas. Soon after, PSHARED launched the RESEED program, And that was when DASIG was born, Development of Acceleration Support in Innovation Growth in Region 7. A partnership between CIT University, Silliman University, UP Cebu, and now Bohol Island State University. We came together with one shared dream to break the silos and work as one in nurturing startups across our islands. But dreams are easy to say. Living them is harder. Because in the Visayas, geography itself is our first challenge. Rough seas when the weather changes, different local cultures and bureaucracies, different levels of readiness, yet one shared desire to see our people thrive. When we started, innovation isn't new, but building the support system that helps innovation flourish, that was new to all of us. So we did what we could. We knocked on doors, government offices, universities, accelerators, founders who were still uncertain but hopeful. And little by little, one yes led to another. In the beginning, our goal was simple: to keep showing up again and again until people could no longer ignore the quiet persistence of what we stood for. And today, I am humbled because that persistence has begun to bloom. With the strong support of DOST Region 7, can we give a clap to Region 7, Dr. Tristan? We launched the Launch Lab Pre-Acceleration Program, where founders found mentors, legal guidance, technical experts, and investment readiness support, often for the very first time. We shared what we learned with new programs like TechGrow, the Regional Innovation Hub, helping each other strengthen the culture of collaboration that defines us. Across Region 7, a new wave of student founders is emerging, with schools consistently ranking among the nation's top in the Philippine Startup Challenge. Proof that creativity thrives in every classroom and island. Through close collaboration with DOST, DICT, and DTI, we've seen how innovation grows stronger when knowledge, mentorship, and acceleration or opportunities are shared across our communities. Stories of collaboration like these is why we do what we do. Because for every startup that succeeds, there's a team that stayed up late believing in a problem worth solving. There's a mentor who says, you can do it. There's a community, us, in every province of Region 7, cheering from every island. And that's what keeps us madasigon, passionate. To nurture founders, whether they're in Cebu or Dumaguete, in the coast of Bohol, or in the hills of Siquijor. Because when we stay connected, every island becomes a bridge. And every bridge widens our horizon. And now, as Negros Island region takes shape, a new chapter begins. Let's give a round of applause to NIR. Buglas, meaning to cut off, very symbolic because we're cutting off from Region 6 and 7. It means building unified growth through linkages, acceleration, and synergy. In partnership with TUP Visayas and Silliman University, Buglas is our way of extending those bridges into a new region with the same heart. As I transition from Dasig to Buglas, I carry with me not just lessons, but gratitude. To DOSTP Shared, Ma'am Russell, and team, for believing in our small beginnings. To DUST Region 7, for the patience and partnership that helped us grow. To DICT and DTI, for standing beside us when we needed allies. And to every mentor, founder, faculty member who showed up again and again, thank you for proving that collaboration is our greatest strength. We are who we are because of you. So as we build Buglas and step into this new chapter, I hope we carry the same spirit to remain madasigon, driven by both passion and purpose, as we connect our ecosystems and expand our shared horizons. So maraming salamat, damo nga salamat, daghang salamat. Have a good day.
Assistant Professor Janice Anton. Yeah, of course, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Maraming salamat. Buglas, and I'm pretty sure you want to know more about it, and you will shortly.
And of course, a round of applause to our friends from Umwad and Dasig, who of course has built the future for all of us.
Exactly. The commitment is here, everybody. And we're not just going to speak about the commitment. We will sign that commitment. Now we will move on to one of the highlights of this event. The ceremonial signing of Memorandum of Agreement between DOSC Pisierd and NIR Buglas Consortium Project Implementers, Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas, and Silliman University.
We would like to call on Dr. Reynaldo P. Ramos, President of the Technological University of the Philippines.
Technological University of the Philippines Visayas Campus Director, Dr. Eric A. Maluoy.
We have Executive Director, DOST, Pisierd, Enrico C. Paringet.
And of course, Chief Science Research Specialist of DOSC Pisierd, Ms. Russell M. Pili.
Also joining us is Dr. Betty Macan, President of Silliman University, represented by Engineer Clint Oster.
To the names whom we have called, may you please proceed at that area for our signing of the Memorandum of Agreement.
And Danny, as witnesses, may we request our DOST Secretary, the Honorable Renato U. Solidum, and DOST Undersecretary for Research and Development, Dr. Lea Buendia.
All right. To the distinct ladies and gentlemen who we have called, our coordinators and ushers will be guiding you as to where you will be seated right at that area. So, ladies and gentlemen, eyes and attention at this area, please. We are about to witness another historical moment. And once all of our representatives are complete, ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. We want to make sure that all representatives have each of their documents. And now, let the signing begin. As soon as you're done signing your document, kindly switch, again, from left to right. Let's rotate the documents from left to right, and let's continue signing. And now let's have our official photo op. Please open the document. Let's show the document. Present it to our official docu team. Showing our signed document. And now let's close the folder and show the DOSC logo. And please stand. Holding this document, please stand. Madamuing salamat to our representatives. But we have another batch. Anchoring on the project MOA signing, NIR Buglas Consortium partners will also commence today. We invite the following Buglas founders to join us.
First up, we have the Department of Science and Technology, Negros Island Region, DOST NIR, Engineer Rowan R. Hilonga, represented by Engineer Naomi Cosette Lewis, OIC Regional Director.
Joining us as well, the OIC Regional Director of the Department of Information and Communications Technology for Negros Island Region, Engineer Ramil Jeff Taboso.
Department of Trade and Industry, Negros Island Region, DTI NIR, Esperanza Melgar, OIC Regional Director.
From our local government unit of Talisay City, representing City Mayor Honorable Attorney Rowena Lizares, is Private Secretary Kyla Janina Agarada.
The Philippine Councilors League, Negros Island Region, PCL NIR, the Honorable Mark Fidencio Aurelia, Acting Regional Chairman.
Representing the Technological University of the Philippines is University President Dr. Reynaldo Ramos.
Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas Campus Director Dr. Eric Malooy.
From Silliman University, President Dr. Betty McCann.
Wadwani Foundation, Regional Director for Southeast Asia, we have Lucrecio Delgado Jr.
Representing Negros Women for Tomorrow Foundation is Executive Director Suzette Gaston.
Of course, we have the Accelerate Leadership for Philippine Startup Advancement Bacolod Accelerator Hub, Head of Department of Local Economic Development and Investment Promotions of Bacolod City, Dr. Francis May Llamas.
The President of Metro Bacolod Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Attorney Juliana Carbon.
Executive Director for Negros Oriental Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Edward Du.
The Director for Dr. Jovita Salonga for Law and Development, Attorney Micael Maxino.
Chairman for Bacolod Negros Occidental Federation for Information and Communications Technology, Attorney Josel Batapasige.
We also have our President for Spring Valley Tech Corporation, Jonathan Defensor de Luzuriaga.
We would also like to add any representative representing Governor Eugenio Lacson for the Negros Occidental Language and Information Technology Center.
Ladies and gentlemen, the names whom we have called are our NIR Buglas founders, and they will be doing the signing of the Memorandum of Agreement up next. Eyes and attention on that side of the ballroom, please. I believe our representatives are complete. Representatives, kindly take your seats. May we have the document for every representative, please. Should there be any representative without a document, kindly raise your hand so that our organizers can attend to you. I believe we are complete. Let the signing begin. Once you're done signing your documents, you may switch from left to right, please. Our attending ushers will be guiding all of our signees on the switch to make things accordingly. And I believe we are done with the signing. As soon as we are, kindly put the document outside of the folder. We want to see the signed documents, please. Face these signed documents onto our cameraman. Let's make sure that everyone is ready and complete. Yes, we are. Ladies and gentlemen, 3, 2, and 1. And this time, kindly put the document inside the folder and let's show the logo of DOST. And for this photo op, we encourage everyone, our signees, to stand up. Oh, I believe there is no logo, so let's show the document instead. That's great. Thank you so much to our representatives. Palakpakan po natin, ladies and gentlemen.
Once again, a round of applause to our Memorandum of Agreement signing together with our partners for the NIR Buglas Consortium.
As everyone settles back to their seats and as we have seen a momentous sight, the signatures etched on these papers are more than dried inks. They are symbols of commitment of the startup ecosystem players within our region.
To represent the NIR Buglas partners' dedication in ensuring growth of startup ecosystem in the region, may we call on the Mayor of Talisay City, Negros Occidental, Attorney Maria Rowena Guadalupe Lopez Lizares, to be represented by her private secretary. We have Ms. Kyla Janina Agrado. As we await, of course, for Ms. Agrado to join us, once again, we would like to acknowledge that she is representing the city of Talisay under Mayor Attorney Rowena Guadalupe Lopez Lizares.
Mayong aga, a pleasant day to everyone. It is a great honor to deliver this message of commitment on behalf of our beloved City Mayor, Attorney Rowena Weng Lizares, as we gather for this 9th National Technology Business Incubator Summit, a celebration of innovation, collaboration, and the boundless creativity of Filipino minds. We extend, of course, our warmest greetings to our distinguished guests, DOST Secretary Dr. Renato Solidum Jr., CHAD Chairperson Honorable Shirley Agrupis, of course, Governor Bong Lacson, who joins us through a recorded message, as well as the Undersecretary for Research and Development, Dr. Lea Buendia, and our partners from Silliman University, Iloilo Science and Technology University, our partners in the government, and other esteemed academic institutions. On behalf of the City of Talisay, we proudly reaffirm our commitment to the vision and mission of Technology Business Incubator Program. As one of its founding members, we believe that the local governments play a crucial role in nurturing innovation ecosystems that empower startups, generate employment, and bridge technology with real community needs. Under the leadership of Mayor Lizares, the City of Talisay remains steadfast in its support for research, innovation, and entrepreneurship, especially initiatives that translate ideas into inclusive development. We recognize that innovation thrives not in isolation, but in partnership between government, the academe, and industry, working hand in hand together, shared prosperity. And as we celebrate the milestones of the TBI network, the City of Talisay renews its pledge to remain an active, responsive, and forward-looking partner, ready to collaborate, to learn, and to lead where local innovation can make the greatest impact. Together, let us continue to build a future where technology serves as a bridge, linking creativity to opportunity and innovation to nation building. So on behalf of Mayor Lizares and the people of the City of Talisay, we commit our full support to the TBI community and to the continuing journey of empowering Filipino innovators. Thank you once again. Madamo gid nga salamat. And congratulations to everyone who continues to make innovation truly inclusive. Thank you so much.
Once again, thank you so much to Ms. Kyla Janina Agato, representing Mayor Rowena Lizares.
All right. And now we would like to acknowledge once more the two representatives who have spoken earlier before we did the commemoration of our Buglas Consortium launch. Contributing to the success of the activation of the NIR startup ecosystem, we will be presenting these plaques of appreciation. So we would like to invite the following people to come and join us on stage. Dr. Carmelo Ambut and Assistant Professor Janice Antoniette Forster. Palakpakan po natin silang dalawa. And to present these awards, I would love to invite once more Secretary Solidum, Yusek Buendia, Executive Director Dr. Baringit, Chief Technology Transfer Officer, Ms. Russell Pili. Join us on stage, please.
And as they join us on stage, this, of course, is the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development award this certificate of appreciation.
First, to Dr. Carmelo Ambut. And as well as to Assistant Professor Janice Antoniette Forster. Maraming salamat. Stay at the center. Let's compress and smile for the camera. To our presenters and our speakers, maraming salamat. You may now relax off stage. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doc. It's okay, Doc. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat. All right, I think we all deserve a little breather before we proceed.
Yes, of course, we started more than an hour ago, and we are not only inspired, but enlightened at the same time. So right now, I think we deserve a 5-minute break.
5-minute break, everyone, so it's a health break.
And to join us in this break from the historic city of Talisay comes a tribute to courage and culture, a showcase of Negrense spirit and unwavering pride. Make way for the Minuluan Festival!
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was one of the best that Negros has to give from the city of Talisay. Palakpakan po natin, everyone. You'll be seeing more later during another break. But for now, I hope those refreshments and that 5-minute break helped a bit for you to take your 5th cup of coffee, 5th or 6th or 7th. Just keep it coming. The coffee stations are unlimited. But we now go back to another part of this day's program. A keynote address. We will be discovering how technology business incubators, or TBI frameworks, can further empower HEIs, or SUCs, in strengthening industry linkages, enhancing graduate employability, and reinforcing the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED's vital role in both the curriculum integration and professional development. Of course, strong messages are best conveyed by appropriate institutions. So for our topic, aligning higher education with national development via technology business incubators. We are graced with an esteemed representative by the highest regulatory board of the Philippine education system. On behalf of CHED Commissioner, Honorable Shirley Agrupis, may we kindly request everyone to give a warm round of welcome and applause. On stage, we have Regional Director of CHED Negros Island Region, Dr. Raul Alvarez Jr. Palakpakan po natin.
Mayong aga sa aton tanan. Mayong buntag sa taga Mindanao sa Bisaya speaking mayong buntag. Welcome to the youngest region of the country, Negros Island region, and of course the City of Smiles, Bacolod. We converge today, and to our partners from the Department of Science and Technology, led by a great secretary, and mind you, a great singer. Oh, kakanta siya mamaya. Sasabayan siya ni Pres Tirso. Joke lang, Sek, baka pagalitan ako ng boss ko. Of course, Secretary Rene Solidum Jr., the rest of the Philippine Council for Industry and Energy and Emerging Technology, Research and Development, or the DOST PSERD, to our colleagues from DOST PCARD, of course, the president of PASUC, the Philippine Association of State Universities, a good friend, Dr. Tirso Ronquillo of Batangas State University, to our higher educational institution leaders, innovation champions, to our startup founders, mentors, investors, and development partners, fellow public servants, warm greetings from the Commission on Higher Education. I bring to you today the warmest regards of our chairperson, Dr. Shirley C. Agrupis, who extends her congratulations to the DOST for organizing this 9th National Technology Business Incubator Summit here in Bacolod City. The chair deeply regrets that she cannot be with us today, as she is in Malaysia representing the country in a high-level meeting with ASEAN education ministers to strengthen regional collaboration in higher education and research. Nevertheless, she extends her heartfelt greetings and solidarity and inspiration to this community of innovators, technopreneurs, and change makers gathered here in the City of Smiles. In her stead, allow me to deliver her speech. The theme for this year's summit, the Innovation Archipelago, connecting ecosystems, expanding horizons, captures what we envision for our country. A Philippines where innovation bridges distances, connects communities, and empowers people in every island, every province, and every region. It reminds us that while we are geographically separated by waters, we are bound by shared aspirations for progress and inclusivity. In this innovation archipelago, our higher education institutions play a pivotal role. We are not only centers of learning, but we also serve as centers of regional development. Our universities and colleges serve as engines of creativity, knowledge creation, and enterprise formation. They nurture thinkers and doers, and more importantly, they build ecosystems to allow talent and technology to thrive together. This is the very heart of CHED's vision for future-ready higher education, one that goes beyond instruction and research and into innovation and impact. Through partnerships with government agencies like the Department of Science and Technology, the Department of Trade and Industry, the local governments, international organizations, among others, our higher education institutions are transforming into a dynamic innovation hub. At the center of this transformation are our technology business incubators, or our TBIs. These are spaces where ideas evolve into enterprises and where students, researchers, and local entrepreneurs learn to create meaningful change. Across the country today, we now have a growing network of 84 TBIs, with 59 supported by DOSTP Shared and 25 by DOSTP Card. Each one serves as a vital node in our innovation ecosystem, some focusing on agriculture and aquaculture, while others on digital technology, artificial intelligence, clean energy, or creative industries. Each TBI is a bridge connecting the classroom to the community and the university to the wider ecosystem, and that is worldwide. To show that bridge can look like in practice, allow me to share a story that is very close to the chairperson's heart, the story of the Banwar Technology Business Incubator of the Mariano Marcos State University in Ilocos Norte, where she was serving as president of MMSU. Chairperson Agrupis often reflected on a question that many university leaders also ask. Ang pamangkot, how can higher education truly serve as a catalyst for regional development? MMSU has long been a center for research excellence in Northern Luzon, producing studies, stereotypes, and innovations. But there remained a gap between innovation and impact. The question was, how could the university help its people transform innovation into livelihood and creativity into enterprise? Ang sabat. The answer emerged through a vision of establishing a platform that would turn research into business, empower innovators to become entrepreneurs, and connect ideas to industries. The vision gave birth to Banwar, an Ilocano word meaning, sinong taga-Ilocandia dito? Champion. Banwar, champion. Banwar symbolizes the Ilocano spirit of courage, ingenuity, and resilience, a champion of creativity and technopreneurship in Northern Luzon. When the higher education institution Readiness for Innovation and Technopreneurship, or HIRIT, program was launched by DOSTP Shared, MMSU saw the opportunity to make that vision real. It began with a small but powerful act of faith. The university allocated 500,000 as a seed support to prepare and participate in the HIRIT program. That investment was not just a financial decision, it was a declaration of trust in the university's people, its faculty, researchers, and students that they could lead the way in innovation. Through teamwork, persistence, and mentorship, the Banwar proposal took shape, and on April 19, 2023, with 12.7 million in funding from DOSTP Shared, MMSU officially launched the Banwar Technology Business Incubator, the first Here funded TBI in Region 1. It was a proud moment for MMSU and for the entire Ilocos region. Salamat, DOST. Banwar focused on creative manufacturing industries like a deliberate and strategic choice. It reflected the region's cultural identity, rich in craftsmanship, weaving, and design, and sought to bridge this traditional strength with modern technology and enterprise development. Banwar became a platform for artisans, young innovators, and agri-entrepreneurs that could transform local creativity into global competitiveness. Through mentorship, business modeling, product development, and intellectual property support, Banwar helped innovators move from concept to commercialization. It also built meaningful partnerships with DOST, DICT, DTI, and local government units, strengthening the region's innovation system and ensuring that support reached the smallest communities. The Banwar story, my dear friends, teaches us a profound lesson. Innovation thrives when leadership believes. The success of a technology business incubator is not measured only by funding or facilities, but by leadership that empowers its people, trusts their ideas, and embeds innovation into university core mission. Even when the formal project period of Banwar concluded in June of 2025, MMSU made sure its journey would continue. The TBI was institutionalized and integrated into the MMSU incubation unit, ensuring that the nurturing of startups, creative industries, and local enterprises would live on. Across the Philippines, similar success stories are unfolding. The PSU Aliguas TBI in Pangasinan champions sustainable food systems. The Siliman Synergy TBI Negros Oriental pioneers renewable energy solutions. The University of Eastern Philippines Agilab in Davao accelerates IT and industrial technologies. From Luzon to Mindanao, these TBIs are providing innovation that can flourish anywhere, not just in urban centers, but in every corner of the archipelago. Together, these efforts form a living proof of our nation's innovation archipelago. There, where ideas travel freely across regions, where collaboration transcends boundaries, and where every university becomes a catalyst for inclusive development. From these experiences, we draw important lessons. First, innovation must be institutionalized, built into the DNA of our higher education institutions. Second, collaboration multiplies impact. Partnerships between government, the academe, and industry create ecosystems where innovation thrives. Third, sustainability must be intentional, ensuring that every initiative beyond its funding cycle becomes a permanent pillar of growth. For CHED, this lesson guides our work in promoting future-ready, innovation-driven higher education institutions under the Achieve agenda. Particularly sa Achieve, yung H. H for harmonized SDG-based research and innovation. We are strengthening programs that support technopreneurship, research translation, and regional collaboration, particularly those that contribute to the achievement of our sustainable development goals. We are working closely with DOST, DTI, and our local and international partners to nurture a synergy of the academe, government, industry, and community working together for sustainable progress. Our vision is simple, but transformative. To ensure that every research innovation in our university finds its way into the hands of people who need it most. Every startup we help nurture. Every student, we inspire. Every collaboration we build brings us a step closer to a Philippines that competes and thrives through innovation. The challenge before us now is to sustain and scale these efforts to continue connecting ecosystems and expanding horizons so that no region is left behind. We must empower our young innovators, incubate more inclusive opportunities, and ensure that the benefits of innovation reach every Filipino, especially those in our most remote and underserved communities. The theme of this year's summit is therefore both a celebration and a call to action. It celebrates how far we have come in building a national ecosystem of innovation, and it calls us to work even harder to sustain connections we have built among our institutions, our industries, and our people. In behalf of the Chair, salamat sa inyo pagpamati. Thank you very much. Salamat nga madamo. Let us work to achieve an inclusive, innovative, and sustainable Philippines. God bless us all. Mayang aga sa aton tanan.
Madamo gid na salamat, Dr. Raul Alvarez. Of course, before Dr. Alvarez returns to his seat, we would like to once again call on Secretary Solidum, Yusek Buendia, Executive Director Dr. Paringit, Chief Technology Transfer Officer Ms. Russell Pili, and Consortium Head of UMWAD Western Visayas Dr. Carmelo Ambot to join us on stage for the awarding and the photo opportunity. Of course, the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development awards this plaque of appreciation to Honorable Shirley C. Agrupis for the keynote address, aligning higher education with national development via technology business incubators. Once again, everyone, a round of applause to Dr. Raul C. Alvarez and to our presenters, Madamo gid nga salamat. From here forward, we are going to hear a few impactful stories about how business or how technology business incubators came to be in their respective universities. We will also peek into how TBIs impacted their lives and those around them in one way or another. To start this walkthrough of our President's TBI journey, we will first head towards the South Luzon, where the story of how Batangas State University elevated its innovation services from TBI to a knowledge, innovation, science, and technology, or KIST part. Please turn your attention here on stage as we welcome President of Batangas State University, Dr. Tirso A. Ronquillo.
As we will get back.
Once more, let us welcome the President of Batangas State University, Dr. Tirso Ronquillo.
Hello. Hello, good morning. I'm not feeling comfortable. What are you doing here to me? Well, I'm here to present or to share with you some thoughts on the TBI journey of Batangas State University. Am I correct? Okay. For how many minutes? How many minutes? Yeah, that's why I'm telling you I'm not comfortable. Well, first and foremost, I would like to thank the OST for giving state universities space in your innovation program. Thanks to our dear Secretary, Renato Solidum, the member of Batangas State University Board of Regents, my boss. And of course, to the PSERD Executive Director, Dr. Paringit, and all the actors, and I may say, believers that innovation is the way for the Philippines to go. State universities, we have 113 all throughout the country, and we are happy to see our state university presidents here. Shout out to our state university presidents. Sana kasama ko kayo dito, ano? Well, we believe on the philosophy that universities really are the nucleus of innovation. And if there are institutions who will spearhead innovations, it must be universities. Because we are established institutions, we have the minds, we have the talents, we have the resources, and we have programs. If we may summarize Batangas State University's journey, it is encapsulated in what we call, on what I consider, the P++ philosophy, or the P++ framework. We started really with philosophy, and we believe that our university, your university, is really the nerve center of innovation. And of course, philosophy must be supported by policy. University, we have at Batangas State University proposed and implemented a number of policy that supported innovation. We believe that it takes a village to raise a child. As I always say, innovation must be given a village. No? There must be an ecosystem. And for that really to flourish, we believe that after the right philosophy, there must be a policy that supported it. After that, programs. If you have policy, then you have programs. Another P. We have introduced a number of programs on entrepreneurship, on innovation, and we even went to re-engineering our curriculum to introduce entrepreneurship as a mandated program, as a mandated course, not only as an elective, but it must be a course in our curriculum in all engineering and technology courses. Another P is people. We invested on our people. If you don't have enough people or enough size of army to fuel up your innovation, then it will simply be an activity, not a program. Now, those P's are intertwined. The reason why we have revised our curriculum, because we would love to have that sustainable number of actors in our TBIs. Our students are doing their programs as part of their assessment in our TBI, what we call CTI, Center for Technopreneurship and Innovation. And another P is place. There must be a better place in our universities for innovation to thrive. We are fortunate enough or successful enough, I may say, to some extent, in really pushing for a bigger TBI, what we call the Knowledge, Innovation, Science, and Technology Park. Our TBI is a good place or melting pot for innovation. And at Batangas State University, we create that place bigger. We now have in our almost 3-hectare facility more than 70,000 square meter leasable space for PESA locators. The incentive is, as we know, as we enjoy, the same as those being enjoyed by locators in other technoparks. Ours is also PESA registered. So we're inviting all locators here, if you have plans to have or to locate in a special economic zone, I think what we can leverage is that being in a state university or that being in a university, we have available talents. We have available resources. So that's really a good place for innovation to thrive. Another P could be, stop me, Secretary, I will continue or moving on with all my P's. Another P is partnership. We believe in partnership. That's why we are here. We would love to partner to all of you. This may be convergence of public and private partners. So that's the reason also of all of us attending programs like this to expand our partnerships. And of course, maybe the last, or not the last, second to the last is P. This is P++ model. It goes on and on. So P is peso. It must not end with philosophy and programs. If you are serious, you must have peso. You must have investment in it. The seriousness of leadership in really pushing for its program is when he put his program in an investment program, or he allocated peso for that program. By the time we speak, we have almost $1 billion investment already in our technology park, from day zero up to the current time that we are speaking. And we are happy. I have 1 minute or 8 seconds, sorry. I have to hurry up. We have invested almost $1 billion in our technology park. And I may say, we are not yet done. Another P, which I think is critically important, is on persistence. It boils down to the strength of leadership and our vision. We must really envision to push harder and tell the world it is possible. It is possible in universities or even in state universities. So I commend our state universities for that persistence. I commend our presidents who really went down or came here to partner with us. Persistence, leadership, vision is a key. You may not have a good program, a good philosophy, or more peso if you have a weak persistence or weak leadership. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Dr. Tirso A. Ronquillo. True to our theme of Innovation Archipelago, we head towards Visayas, where the Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas, worked with Western Visayas as a separate island economy and how they transitioned into an independent region. Please turn your attention to the stage as we welcome Campus Director of the Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas, Dr. Eric A. Maluoy.
Dr. Balidor, she's here now, form a team tasked to come up with a proposal, to submit a proposal for the OSTP shared program. We had doubts if we would be considered, given that TUP Visayas is the smallest among campus, and we will be evaluated together with 60 strong university all across the country. And fortunately, we were on the 20 to be shortlisted for the program. And after some ride shop trainings, our team got the approval for the establishment of our Hub for Innovation and Value Engineering, or the HIVE, officially known today as DOST TUPB HIVE. The grant from the OST, we launched the HIVE last December 2019 with 8 cohorts. Under the Begin grant fund from the DOSTP card for its aquaponics and urban farming technologies, the founder was also able to successfully create another startup company, the Green Solution.ph, which won the 1 million peso grant prize in recently concluded Shell LiveWire program. There was also the IO, Biomedical Technologies, who got also the startup grant from PCHRD for their negative pressure wound therapy. The grant allowed them to develop their NPWT device system, which are already being used in hospital all over the country. The IU also continued to work with the OST PCSRD in developing other innovative biomedical solutions for affordable and accessible healthcare solution for the Filipinos, which allowed them to represent the country and start at exhibit abroad. But our journey was not all sweet and flowery. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit, the promising founders of Batch 2 choose the security of employment over the uncertainty of putting a company amidst the global crisis. And for our third batch, even the complete shift to online incubation proved to be lacking. Our startup struggled to adapt to an online world facing a major interruption. Perhaps our biggest struggle was not the pandemic. It's when the funding for the Hive ended. And we had to find a way to channel fund to the TBI that is also facing personal retention problems and the aftermath of the global pandemic. These challenges led us to realize that we cannot longer do this alone. And like an answered prayer, the OSTP shared had a call for a proposal for the RESET, Regional Startup Ecosystem Development Program. And we became part of the OMWAD Western Visayas under the stellar of leadership of Dr. Ambot and of course ISATU. We found partners that have helped us through the difficult adjustment period we face. And OMWAD not only opened the doors for regional co-incubation, cooperation, and collaboration. Sa vibrant regional ecosystem fuels TBIs, the Hive, to continue moving forward for our startups. OMWAD opened the doors for regional co-incubation, cooperation, and collaboration. And now, we are taking on another challenge to lead the newest regional startup consortium of the youngest region in the Philippines, the Buglas NIR Ecosystem Consortium. With the strong partners such as the Synergy TBI of Silliman University, the Alpha Accelerator of Bacolod City, and regional government agencies, the SEIs, and LGUs in the region, we plan to build upon the lessons and the support from our previous consortium, OMWAD Western Visayas and DASIG Central Visayas, to create a vibrant regional startup ecosystem with the goals of establishing Region 18 as an innovation hub led by startups and powered by strong and enabling ecosystem. I extend my invitation to each and everyone here to join us. We continue in this challenging yet rewarding journey of creating thousands and thousands of startups para sa bayan. Thank you very much.
So Dr. Eric Malo, we are nearing the end of these President's TBI journey, and what better way to close than hearing an inspiring transition? To share how his work as a TBI manager helps steer the entrepreneurship wheels in Caraga State University, especially in his current position as president, please turn your attention to the stage as we welcome Dr. Roland C. Dagil.
Good morning, good morning! Oh, parang nakakasilaw yung But anyway, so, good morning! Parang di maingay dito Yes, okay, good morning, good morning. Over there, please draw your attentions to the spotlight. Just kidding, anyway. Of course, our journey is also a little bit different. So, actually, we started TBI in Caraga State University, where it was 2017, na hindi namin alam yung mga acronym, TBI, what is this TBI all about, and what is this ITSO, we're also a pioneer of it. So we don't know what this acronym is all about, but we take our chances because that's the bandwagon of all over the country, no? So actually, yung unang batch ng TBI, hindi kami kasama doon sa 20. So, andun kami sa in the middle. Nasa gitna kami. So, thank you very much, Shared, especially the UST, for believing in us. Lalo na, nung nasa laylayan kami ng mga, nasa regional po. So, of course, nung una, Caraga State University is not really that much in terms of infrastructure. Nung bumisita nga si former secretary, parang nano kami doon eh. Yung namin sa university, para kaming isang mababang paaralan. That was really a very big challenge to all of us. Because infrastructure. Pasalamat kami doon sa pork barrel scam. Kasi all of those things happened because na-redirect yung pera and then nagawa kami ng mga infrastructure. So, nagiging mataas na paaralan na po kami. And then, on that things that really happens, medyo naiba yung landscape. Of course, andito yung mga kasama namin sa regional, andito si Ma'am Inday, lahat, andito yung mga regional sandang DOST. Kasi mga kapitbahay namin sila, pinatayo namin yung mga building sa lupa namin eh. So, from that TBI thing, bali doon kami nasa middle kami eh. So, hindi rin kami nakasama doon sa hirit. Ang talaga nung, sabi nga ni Jeff, nalilibog kami doon sa kung saan ba talaga ang dapat naming kalagyan. Kasi we are at the middle. Nalilito. So, pagkatapos nun, actually, we just funded a bit siguro at the middle. Nagka-problema kami doon kasi pinatawag na kami ng P-Shared. Magde-depend kami. Tapos, actually, nag-usap kami. Si Jeff, supposedly yung project leader. Tapos, wala siya out of the country. So, ako yung nagiging temporary muna na project leader. So, kami yung nag-depend. So, I think it's really vivid in our memory na kami doon eh. Parang ginisa kami doon sa technical panel eh. Doon sa Exicom. So ano daw yung gagawin ng Caraga State University na magiging TBI? Pwede bang maging TBI doon? So anyway, the good thing is yung fighting spirit nila Ma'am Ras at saka ni Ma'am Lisil. Sige, kaya natin to. So medyo malakas kami kay Lord. So, nabigyan kami ng pera. At siguro at the middle. So, ngayon, sabi namin, wow, thank you. May 8.9 siguro kami doon. So, hindi namin alam yung first 20 kung magkano yung nabigay sa kanila. Hindi na namin inalam. But we are grateful with this 8.9 to start the TBI. Tinaya namin yung building namin kahit na hindi pa tapos. No, just kidding. Pero tapos na talaga. So, we allocated 200 square meter para doon sa TBI. Walang laman, only the building, and then definitely andun yung Navigato. That's our first TBI in 2017, yung Navigato. Okay? So, pasalamat kami talaga sa fund. Ngayon, with this bandwagon of opportunity ng TBI, andun na yung hirit. Sabi namin, pwede pa kaming humirit na makasama doon? Definite, sabi nila Miss Ras, no. Kasi andun na yung funding eh. So, at least natapos. And then, when we have it, sabi namin, one of the greatest issue talaga, siguro sa lahat ng mga nag-TBI dito ngayon, so tuwang-tuwa tayo ngayon no, kasi may mga funding. The greatest challenge is how to sustain it. Yung sustainability is also one of the first issue na talagang kailangan nating ilaban. Of course, kung mag-depend tayo, kailangan tayo ng sustainability kung paano. So marami tayong pwedeng itaya doon. Commitment. So, of course, we are being coached. Yung mga TBI dito, andito sila Miss Alwin, si Sir Baticados, and then sila, ayan mga TBI, yung mga TBI technical panel. So, but the very reasons on how we sustain is how we embrace TBI as form part of our directions dun sa Caraga region. So, to cut the story short, kasi wala pa namang ano dito, hindi ko napapansinin yung time dito. So, nagano kami, I tried to have a lot of programs as being mentored to us. So ngayon, nung wala ng pera, so paano tayo ngayon pag wala ng pera? So of course, you're on your own. So we developed some strategy within the university. In such a case, marami na rin kaming na mga strategy na nilagay namin. Kagaya ng nagiging presidente ako. So, part dun sa TBI. But anyway, the good thing is, I really wanted to, kaya sige, magpresidente tayo, kailangan natin itaguyod yung TBI. Hindi lang yung rason, sir, ha? But we really wanted also to move forward a bit with this. So, ang ginawa namin, of course, nag-assign kami ng faculty member kasi wala nang fund. Nagiging project yung TBI manager as a faculty, may deloading, may staff. So, to continue. So, we have been, have them mga 9 units ba yun, Jeff? Or 12 units na deloading at saka yung mga staff to run the incubation program. And eventually, ang nagiging is the Navigato leads all the entrepreneurial endeavor of the university. So ang ginawa ko, I owe to the TBI na naging presidente ako. So binago ko lahat ng curriculum. So since ako na yung presidente ngayon, baguhin natin yung curriculum. So ngayon, since binago ko yung curriculum, lahat ng program ng university, kailangan may the entrepreneurial mindset. 3 units. Yun yung ginawa namin. So, kaya, yun yung 3 units, siya na yung magsusustain ng TBI. So, yung Navigato ngayon, I think, hindi na siya mamumulubi sa ng funds. Kasi yung 3 units nakikitain doon sa lahat ng curricular program, siya na ho yung magmamanage ng pera. Hindi ko na i-disclose kung magkano. Baka kasi gayahin nyo. So anyway. So the thing is, andon. We all set for the TBI to continue. And in fact, the changes that we made for Caraga State University in terms of how we inculcate entrepreneurial mindset among our students is, we walk the talk. Kasi walang maniniwala sa atin, especially Filipino culture is, to see is to believe. Ngayon, ano ba yung mga startup at saka spin-off na yan? So kaya, pasalamat, nakita ko si Miss Karen dito, pinasali naman kami doon sa Leaders in Innovation Program. So, at least siguro naloko namin na pinasali kami. And then finally, we first came up with our first spin-off company. We called it MapX. And we are very proud to say that MapX is really rolling out. Kumikita na ho siya ng 16 million to date as one of our spin-off company. And then, I will take also this opportunity kung sino yung kailangan bumili ng system on financial management, enrollment, tell us. Because we have also services. That's form part also of our Navigato as a startup. Then eventually, we are moving into some other programs. May agritara na rin kami na what we call this? And then, na TBI. And then, the Caraga State University really evolved in a university kung ano na siya ngayon. We have around 22 RDI centers at saka hindi kasama yung TBI. So we all set to navigate the journey of our technology business incubations. Sana ho, as incubator, di ba? ano yung palaisipan natin ng incubator. So, pag may ilagay doon, so magiging life as a part doon sa incubator. Kung hindi ka magiging sisiw, kakainin kang magiging balot. But anyway, that's one good thing that's very nice with this TBI thing. So, thank you, DOST, for not just putting your putting your eggs into one basket. Sabi, saan ba ilagay yung egg? Hindi sa basket, pala sa tray. But the point is, thank you for distributing all this opportunity to regional state universities and HCIs in the country that help us also thrive and contribute to the economic development of the country. Zero na tayo. Wala na. Thank you and God bless us all.
Dr. Rolly Daguil, maraming salamat. At this juncture, we will be presenting a plaque of appreciation to our presidents. May we ask Secretary Solidum, Yusek Buendia, Executive Director Dr. Paringit, and Ms. Russell M. Pili, Consortium Head of UMWAD Western Visayas Dr. Carmelo Ambut, to join us on stage for the awarding and the photo opportunity.
Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development awards this plaque of appreciation to Dr. Tirso A. Ronquillo for being one of the speakers during the President's Technology Business Incubator journey.
Thank you as well to Dr. Eric A. Maluoy.
Lastly, we award a plaque of appreciation with the same citation to Dr. Roland C. Dagil. Once again, there you have it, everyone. A round of applause to our presidents and their TBI journey. And once again, thank you so much to our presenters for joining us here on stage. Of course, as they return to their seats, we would like to, of course, take note that it is always great to hear real stories from real struggles, the unfiltered joys and hardships. Our second plenary addresses today will be from the Chief Technology Transfer Officer of PSIRD and a DOST patent agent managing programs for innovation. She has more than 20 years of experience in sectoral management, R&D road mapping, and 8 years involvement in policy formulation and technology assessment protocols. A chemist with earned Masters of Law in Intellectual Property from University of Torino in Italy, and Master's degree in Technology Management from the University of the Philippines. Currently, she is a DBA candidate of the Halt International Business School based in Ashridge, United Kingdom. To present gaps in the status quo of the national startup ecosystem landscape and reinforce roles of TBIs in sustaining innovation, she will share the logic, renewing purpose, rebuilding ecosystems, TBIs at the vanguard of inclusive innovation. Let us all welcome Ms. Russell Pili. A warm round of applause.
So good morning pa rin, ano? Good morning everyone. I know it's about lunchtime, but please bear with me. Just give me like 20 minutes. I'll make sure that this is worth it. So konting tiis na lang po. So every year we're holding this TBI Summit. And every year we're celebrating this partnership. And I'm happy to see almost every one of our TBIs here. Maraming salamat for being here. Maraming salamat for yearly participating to our yearly celebration. And every year also we're reflecting on why we are here, why we started, what's the principle behind why we're doing all of this. So this is all about renewing our purpose. This is all about renewing our commitment. So let me give you the reasons again why. Next, please. So this is the scorecard of the Philippines in terms of our performance in our startup communities and ecosystems. So in terms of growth for ecosystems, we're actually doing well because we have increased our ecosystem growth for about 0.6%. We have 2 unicorns, so hindi na tayo 0. And that, iba-iba yung, wow, 2 unicorns, yeah. Iba-iba yung numbers natin, from how many startups do we really have? I don't know. Different reports report different numbers. But based on Startup Blink's report, we have 498 startups. 498 means that 9% of the startups in Southeast Asian region, you can find it here in the Philippines. But also, we actually decreased in rank in terms of the global ecosystem ranking. Bumababa tayo through the years. For this year, we dropped 4 notches lower. So why? Next, please. So you look at the picture. This is comparing the Philippines ecosystem ranking with our neighbors in Southeast Asia. So you see there Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, and the Philippines. So you know that we are really dropping. But this is not, we are 6th in ecosystem ranking in Southeast Asia. But this is not really the full picture. Next slide, please. So the full picture is, next please, this. So you see Singapore there, they are a league on their own. So nandun talaga sila on the top. So they're, number 4. They're part of the top 5 ecosystems around the world. So, well, very good. But next, please. But you see Malaysia and Indonesia, they're another group. So Malaysia, they're actually competing to become, global rising stars. They're part of the top 50. And then, next, please. Then you see Thailand and Vietnam. They are now being recognized as emerging startup hubs. So medyo malapit yung laban nila because, nag-exchange lang sila in terms of places in the ecosystem rankings. Next, please. And then you see the Philippines. Again, becoming a league of our own. Kasi tayo lang yung bumababa there. Oh, medyo malayo na. But before the pandemic, in 2020, we ranked higher than Indonesia and Vietnam. So what happened? Next, please. But you see Cambodia there. These countries are the only countries with startups in Southeast Asia. We should not underestimate Cambodia. They have programs, they have action plans, they have 10-year roadmaps for startup development. Next, please. So what led to this decline? So are we not doing enough for our startup ecosystem? For all of this, all of you here, are our programs not enough? So let's look at the reasons why. Next, please. So why are ecosystem ranks very important? Why do we mind, Next, please. So ecosystem ranks, it's important because, investors, the first thing that they look for, countries in the top 10, and then countries in the top 25, countries in the top 50, so that, if you are high up there, you attract investors. So when you attract investors, it drives economic growth. So countries with higher rankings attract more investment and even talent. And when talent, comes in, they share now with the innovation in the country. So ecosystem rankings also increase. So deal flows also increase. So when more companies are founded and more companies are scaled, provides local employment. It benefits us all. So when we have enough opportunities for employment, we create jobs. It's not just for startups, it's for everybody. Next, please. So how do we now, if it's that important, how do we now increase attractiveness, growth, and thereby, create jobs for us? Next, please. I looked at how, Startup Genome measures ecosystem rankings. Paano nga ba nila ginagawa yung ranks? What do they measure, actually? So, based on the report, they measure countries in terms of funding, performance, market reach, talents, and knowledge. Next, please. So let's look at one by one. So talent, since universities nandito lahat, so this is where universities can contribute. Talent, experience, knowledge. We had a whole afternoon yesterday to talk about knowledge transfer. And that is what it means. This is your role. Next, please. And we have the Reseed Consortia. We have 16 startup consortia in the Philippines. What's your role? Contributing to performance. Enabling our startups to gain more market reach. Market reach means that hindi lang locally, but to enable our startups to acquire customers across borders, no, beyond borders, at least in Southeast Asian region. That's your job. Now, it's different from the TBIs earlier. It's because TBIs nurture startups. Regional consortia should mind performance and, market reach. Next, please. And us, government, what's our role? And including the private sector, of course. Our job is to provide, the funds, measure the performance, and attract investments that can drive growth. So in increasing our ranks in the global ecosystem rankings, we all have our roles to play. Next, please. So all of this, if everyone, do their assignments, we do our jobs, our roles, given all the mission that we all share, then we'll be able to increase, attractiveness of our country in terms of investments. Next, please. So let's look at how do we fare in terms of the measurements. So funding. Next, please. So how did we fare in terms of funding? Funding is measured in terms of access to early stage funding, measuring volume and growth. They also look at quality and activity of local investors. Next, please. So this is our data from the Reseed Consortium. This is the funding provided to all of you across regions. If you look at the amounts, so you can guess. You have, of course, NCR as the highest funding. Then you have Caraga. Then you have, region 10 there, and region 12, region 5. So, except for NCR, because we need to bolster the performance of NCR and sustain their value. Almost all of the regions have received, equitable funding for your ecosystem building. Next, please. Obviously, Luzon, having the highest number of regions there, have the highest funding as well. But, Mindanao is not far behind. So, Visayas, we only have 3 regions there, but, so Mindanao is not lagging behind. You're second. Next, please. So look at funding for startups directly. So how many startups have we funded? So we have provided 254 million grants for 103 startups through the years. So look at the map, which Director Paringit have shown you before. Most of them were from NCR. So most startups being funded, are from NCR. Then you get, Region 10, a lot of them there. And then Region 7, then you have CAR, and Region 11, it's the top 5 funded regions. Then hope that the other regions, would figure also in the funding for startups. Next, please. Funding for startups also reflect the quality of startups that you nurture. So, in terms of performance, what do we see? Next, please. So, performance is being measured in terms of exits. That's scale up and exits. So, exits are measured in terms of 50 million and above. And value, that's calculated, ecosystem value calculated from the total exit valuation of the startups. and startup success. So that's how performance is measured in ecosystem ranking. Next, please. So look at, again, now, the blue color is our investment from government. Red is the investment received by the startups. So if we're going to calculate the ROI of government in terms of funding, of course we have NCR. Their startups receive the highest amount of investments raised by their startups. But the other regions are not really falling behind because you have Region 10, Region 6 startups, Region 11, and 4A. So the investment raised by these regions, combining the value, is already a 3,000 plus ROI in terms of funding. Not bad. But we really need to increase the other regions' ROI as well. Next, please. So in terms of value, the amount of investments raised, so you have NCR, it's 2 billion already. But combining again Region 10, 6, 11, and 4A, that's 210 million investments received by their startups. Next, please. But if you look at, we're very good actually in terms of investments received during 2022 and 2023. But looking at the trends, it's not only here in the Philippines but worldwide, investments are already we're already seeing a decrease in terms of interest on startups, especially from universities. So this is a red flag for all of us. So we need to perform again. Next, please. But one good news is that even though national figures are going down, you see Mindanao's figures are going up. So the Mindanao people are clapping their hands. Congratulations. So the Mindanao startup ecosystem has seen tremendous growth over the years. So good job. Next, please. So we look at the value. Those are investments raised by the startup. So how do we now calculate our ecosystem value? So we compare again, our performance against our neighbors in Southeast Asia. Manila being our foremost, ecosystem city, in terms of value, we're actually number 4. So we're even higher than Malaysia, than Kuala Lumpur, in terms of value. Next, please. And we're 3rd in terms of early stage funding. We're even, again, higher than Ho Chi Minh, Bangkok. So early stage funding is that our younger startups attract investments. And that's good news. Next, please. But we lag behind other Southeast Asian countries in terms of scale-ups and exits. Because we're actually last. So this is where we're actually failing. We're good in forming, creating, and nurturing new startups. But we're poor in enabling them to survive, scaling them up, and, registering an exit, as a sign of success. So scale ups. This is the next venture. Next, please. So this is where our scorecards fail. So that is why our rankings are decreasing through the years. Next, please. So that when we measure again, you look at how can, universities address this problem in talent, experience, and knowledge. So let's see. So this is measured, startup experience is measured in terms of the number of early stage companies funded by Series A funding. And that, patents, the increase in volume, complexity, and potential patents that goes around the ecosystem is also a measure. Next, please. So how do we fare? this is from Traction, the Traction platform. So again, you have 985 startups that are funded in the Philippines. 474 of that 985 are already at Series A. So this is not additive, this is cumulative. Some of them have received Series B funding, and some of them, a higher number actually, has received Series C funding. So it's not bad actually, because startups from the Philippines are receiving funding from investments. Series A funding is how much? It's more than 50 million. And according to Foxmond's reports in 2025, 23% or 24% of investment deals were from local investors. And the rest are mixed with local and international investors. And that's already a good sign. Next, please. Even, from us, from this network, we are able to increase the number of startups that we have nurtured. We have quadrupled the number over the last 5 years. So from 81 in 2018, with all the TBIs that we have established, we have 32 before, we have 84 TBIs now. In 2025, we have increased the number of startups coming out from universities. So again, this is good news. Next, please. And we have, and you've seen this earlier, we have increased, startup communities, even those cities that are not active before. We can see now startups are thriving there. So we have, through the startup consortia, we were able to diffuse, the interest of startups in other provinces. Next, please. And yesterday, we've seen this graph, and we as a network have worked towards increasing our patent filings, our IP strength. So this is the contribution of universities to the ecosystem. Next, please. So circling back with all those figures, now how do we now again increase attractiveness of the Philippines in terms of investments, driving growth and creating jobs? Next, please. So 5 years ago, we started with the mission to create startups. Now we need to refocus. We now need to use our funds, the little funds that we have for startups in the ecosystem, to create investable startups. It's not just to start one. We need startups that can scale and exit. We need good quality startups that the investors would be able to invest on so that they can grow. And doing that, we need to harness the talent that we have within the universities, the knowledge, our IPs, so that our startups have strength in terms of technologies. And we need to create an environment where startup communities can thrive. So this is our mission. It's no longer, we have to increase the number of startups everywhere, but we need to increase the quality of startups for them to become investable. So this is our new focus. Next, please. And there is good news, actually. In ASEAN, Malaysia started the ASEAN Startup Initiative in 2025 so that there will be a platform for ASEAN and all the startups in Southeast Asia. So that the purpose is that to help ASEAN countries have startup-friendly policies, enhance the readiness of other ecosystems, and drive collaboration between or among ASEAN countries. Next, please. But next year, ASEAN is coming to the Philippines kasi will take over the role as ASEAN chair. And why am I telling you this? Next, please. Because the ASEAN Summit and meetings are good opportunities for us to connect. We have the chairmanship next year. We'll have people coming over. Now is the time to, brag. Now is the time to show all our startups. Now is the time for our startups to connect with other startups in the region. And not only in ASEAN, but in other regions in the world. Next, please. And why is this important? Because, well, this is a study from Startup Genome. When founders have more connections with other founders in other ecosystems, the scale-up rate increases. So we need scale-ups. So we need to talk to more founders. We need to share knowledge, we need to share information, and we need to partner with more advanced startups. Next, please. And together with the DOST, the DTI, and the DICT, with the Innovative Startup Act chaired by the DOST right now, and next year it will be the ICT, we formulated this vision that by 2030, the Philippine startup ecosystem will sustain Filipino entrepreneurs. And that is the dream. Next, please. And the committee, the joint committee, were able to craft a roadmap on how to do this. That our focus will be increasing entrepreneurial capacity for universities, so programs so that our startups can grow, programs so that our startups can scale. Next, please. And this is our ask for all universities here, for all university presidents. Now, we have provided you with seed funding for your incubators, your ecosystem consortia. Our request is that we need our TBIs to be sustainable, because you are at the root. If our TBIs can be increased, if our TBIs also can scale and be sustainable, then all of this, will happen. All of this will become realistic and attainable. Next, please. So this is our mission. So that 5 years from now, 10 years from now, our startups will be able to produce, of course, income, create more jobs for us, provide employment, and create opportunities for all of us. Next, please. And that begins with your commitment today. And just remember that universities have that primary role of helping scale innovation for our ecosystem, so that we can increase our growth, so that our startups will be able to scale, so that our startups will be able to provide jobs. Next, please. And that is why we are all here renewing our commitment and celebrating this success and renewing and understanding again our purpose as incubators for DOST. Maraming salamat po. We can have our lunch.
Thank you so much, Ms. Russell. Thank you very much. But you're going to be saying again on center stage, maraming salamat. Walang exchange gift na mangyayari ngayon. Bibigyan kayo namin ng plaque ninyo. I would like to invite the following people to join us on stage once more. Please, Secretary Suridum, kindly join us. Yusek Mantia, kindly join us. Executive Director, Dr. Paringit. Consortium Head of UM1 Western Visayas, Dr. Carmelo Ambut, kindly join us on stage. Ms. Russell, please take the center stage. That is for you. As we say once more, maraming salamat. Thank you for inspiring us, sharing your insights, and letting us realize that at the end of this all, we always have to remember our purpose. Once we have identified our purpose, then we know the direction that we're heading towards to. Not just now, but towards the future. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Russell Pili. Palakpakan po natin. Maraming salamat. As we can see, this is already a working lunch. But what happens next here on stage is something that we have to support and see. Building on the call to renew purpose and rebuild ecosystems, we head toward the highlight of this year's TBI Summit, the renewal of commitment of hired TBIs. Our heads of agencies will digitally stamp their commitment to be drivers of innovation within their respective universities and cabinet sectors. Let's watch this.
We begin first with Adamson University.
Ateneo de Davao University.
Ateneo de Manila University.
Ateneo de Naga University.
Ateneo de Zamboanga University.
Bataan Peninsula State University.
Batangas State University.
Bicol University. Bohol Island State University.
Bulacan State University.
Cagayan State University. Camarines Sur Polytechnic Colleges.
Caraga State University.
Cebu Institute of Technology.
Central Philippine University.
Davao del Norte State College.
De La Salle College of St. Benilde.
De La Salle University.
Mapua University.
Father Saturnino Urios University.
Iloilo Science and Technology University.
Isabela State University.
Jose Rizal Memorial State University.
Mariano Marcos State University.
Marikina Polytechnic College.
Mindanao State University, General Santos.
Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology.
Mindoro State University.
Miriam College.
Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology.
Nueva Vizcaya State University.
Palawan State University.
Pangasinan State University.
Philippine Women's College of Davao.
Polytechnic University of the Philippines.
QBO Innovation Hub.
Samar State University.
Silliman University.
St. Louis University, Baguio.
Sultan Kudarat State University.
Surigao del Norte State University.
Tarlac State University.
Technological Institute of the Philippines.
Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas.
University of Mindanao.
University of Santo Tomas.
University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines.
University of Southeastern Philippines.
University of Southern Mindanao.
University of the Cordilleras.
University of the Immaculate Conception.
University of the Philippines, Baguio.
University of the Philippines, Cebu.
University of the Philippines, Diliman.
University of the Philippines, Los Baños.
University of the Philippines, Mindanao.
West Visayas State University.
Asian Institute of Management. And Holy Angel University.
Bicol University.
Once more, we invite all of our university presidents to come and join us at the center and on the red carpet. And for our DOSC dignitaries, can you please join us on the stage? How wonderful it is to see all 59 universities and TBI logos plastered across the nation. It truly speaks on how the startup ecosystem grew across the years. Now, on the 9th year, this act serves as an oath of rekindling of dedication, which will hopefully transcend across time.
And with that, we bear good news because lunch is now served.
We invite all of our delegates to go back to their seats, and right at the hallway, our buffet stations are waiting for everyone. Lunch is served. Kaun kita! But while we are enjoying this break, we want to make sure that everyone is entertained as we showcase the best of Negros. When lights meet movement, magic happens on the streets. A radiant celebration that glows with joy and passion. Here comes Bailes de Luces from La Castellana.
Samba. Agora dança. 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 Agora dança.
Baila de luces.
Samba, samba, samba. É a minha castilhada.
Baila de luces.
Samba, samba, samba. É a minha castilhada.
Baila de luces.
You should feel pretty good by now. But that isn't good enough. I don't want you to just feel pretty good. I want you to feel great.
Baila de luces. Once more, that was Bailes de Luces. But wait, there's more. This is the best of Negros with the Minuluan Festival and the Mascara Festival. Can we give the best of Negros a round of applause, please, everybody? And I hope that made you all feel very much welcome, especially to our delegates who are not from here, the City of Smiles, and who are not from the sweet island of Negros. Nevertheless, for those who were not here yesterday, I'd like to share a little bit of storytelling for everybody. The performers whom you see on stage are performers who are coming from cities and municipalities whom for the past weeks and months have suffered earthquakes, the eruption of Canlaon, ashfall, floods, broken houses, mudslides, and landslides. And yet these people are here to welcome you all. Palakpakan po natin sila. They do not only show resilience, but they show that just like what I said yesterday, we trust that DOST, alongside with all these universities and stakeholders, we put our hope and trust that we can all make projects, initiatives, innovations that can help our society. Palakpakan po natin sila. This is the best of Negros. A round of applause, please. And as we see these beauty on stage, continue to enjoy your lunch, everybody. This is still our lunch break. And can we just acknowledge them one by one? The colorful lights of Bailes de Luces. Palakpakan po natin. From La Castellana. From Talisay City, the Minuluan Festival. Alongside their drum beaters. And on stage, the recently concluded champions and hailed champions of Bacolod City, the Mascara Dancers. Thank you so much to our lovely talents. Once more, you may now take a bow at palakpakan po natin sila. For those who wish to have their photo op, take this time and let's maximize the time that our talents are here on center stage. So you can just approach them. Miss Russell, yes, come on, let's go. And our photographers are here anyway. And besides, it's our lunch. Maestro, music up, bon appetit, and enjoy these talents of Negros.
Today, we are facing a crucial inflection point. It is a now or never opportunity to elevate the Philippines as one of the leading tech and innovation.
You make a hit, you don't stop because every time there's always a new idea, and that's why we continuously, our secret.
Yes, Jong, dami kong natutunan. And I believe our participants here also learned a lot.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The video that you saw on the screens right here is just a highlight of what happened last year in our 8th TBI. But now on the 9th, we are ready to hear and see more.
And of course, as we continue with today's session, we would like to move further with more of our speakers that will, of course, inspire us for the future.
So now, this afternoon, we are about to witness an extension of the celebration of Innovation Archipelago. And the best way to do that is to welcome equally passionate innovation drivers.
Of course, to help introduce these coming higher education institution-based incubators is a faithful public servant who currently serves as the Regional Director of the Department of Science and Technology, DOST Region 7.
He holds a PhD in Development Studies from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, and a Master's in Technology Management from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, a licensed chemical engineer. He graduated magna cum laude from the Cebu Institute of Technology University.
As a regional director, he leads the agency's strategic directions in research and development, technology transfer, innovation ecosystem strengthening, and science-based policy advocacy in Central Visayas. He has championed key initiatives in enterprise innovation support, food systems development, and disaster resilience, including the establishment of regional and provincial food safety teams and the rollout of inclusive innovation programs.
With over 2 decades of public service, he continues to advance inclusive and sustainable regional development through science, technology, and innovation. Please help us welcome on stage DOSC Regional Office Assistant TBI's Dr. Tristan L. Abando. Palakpakan po natin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Maayong hapon. Good afternoon to DOST Shared, to my colleagues and friends from the Department of Science and Technology, And of course, to our presidents, our representatives from the universities, from the technology business incubators, daghan kayong salamat. Thank you so much for inviting us here. And thank you for including this story also of the Department of Science and Technology regional offices on what is also our participation in the technology business incubation. At the Department of Science and Technology, we do have several programs, and one of the focus right now, focus programs, is the innovation programs, because in the past we're focusing much on, technology transfer program. Maybe you have known about the small enterprise technology upgrading program, more on assisting also our brick and mortar, micro, small, and medium enterprises. But we do also believe that innovation can be further driven by our startups. So next slide, please. Okay, so these are the different programs, but I will not bore you with that. But we do, because of the several programs in the Department of Science and Technology, we try to, enhance our portfolio and group this into 4 pillars. We have the human well-being promoted, wealth creation, wealth protection, reinforcement, sustainability, and the technology business incubation, or our innovation programs, fall under the wealth creation fostering. Next slide, please. Okay, so the DOST regional offices, our task, I would like to simplify, our mandate, our task, our function. And the regional offices would be really in charge of the development of the regions through science, technology, and innovation. And to do that, we are having this specific or strategic approach. Next slide. And it's all about ecosystem development, because that is really the backbone of sustainable regional growth. We are able to implement also programs like STI planning, the Smart and Sustainable Communities program. But more importantly, we are now engaging with our partners and stakeholders in the regions to build this ecosystem, not only for the innovation ecosystem, but more importantly for the startup ecosystem development. Next slide, please. And with that, so as I have said, these are the innovation ecosystem and startup ecosystem. And our experience there in the regions, for example, in Central Visayas region, it can be, at first, it can be as simple as, gathering all the stakeholders and the partners, but it can be more complex than that, because it's all about relationships, it's all about alignment and harmonization. And, as we move forward with pivoting from the micro, small, and medium enterprises assistance and go towards innovation advisory services and supporting our startups, we have of course, some challenges. But we're grateful, next slide please, because our partners, for example, in the DOST sectoral councils, PSHERD, PCARD, and PCHRD, even PCHRD, we have now the TBI programs, and beyond the technology business incubation, we have been also participating in innovation ecosystem development with our RESID program, and even for the RACE program as well of the ATBIs. And I know that you are familiar with this. But what I would try to share with you this afternoon is our partnership with our Startup Enabler Consortia, the DASIG Consortia in Central Visayas. And this morning, Professor Janice Forster shared to you the partnership, the collaboration that we have with all the partners there in Region 7, not only in Cebu, which is Cebu has, I think if you're going to check the Startup Ecosystem Index, Cebu is one of the prime movers there in the Startup Ecosystem Index, but we are also reaching out to Negros Oriental, to Siquijor, and to Bohol. So the DASIG Consortium composed of, at first, 3 DOST shared supported TBI, such as the Synergy TBI of Silliman University, the CIT Wildcat Innovation Labs of CIT University, the UP Cebu in IT, which is one of the first or second generation of TBI at UP Cebu, and we have our new TBI, the Balik sa Bohol, TBI of Bohol Island State University. And although we have now some, separation anxiety with Synergy TBI because they are now part of the Negros Island region, and we are glad that we are now taking over as one of the lead conveners of the DASIG Consortia. And that's how important the role of the DOST regional offices, because we have been, really also challenging, and some have, in the past, we have some identity crisis also, as where are we going to put the regional offices? What would be the specific roles of the regional offices in the startup ecosystem, in the innovation ecosystem. Although we have been making strides in terms of small enterprise technology upgrading program and other programs at the DOST, but how can we make more significant interventions to our startup ecosystem there? And we're so grateful with the DASI Consortium because they opened the doors for us, for the DOST regional offices, and they really put value in terms of how can DOST Region 7 support them. And we have been supporting them with almost all the activities there, aside from also partnering with other government organizations and other organizations in the Central Visayas. So they're happy with that because we're able to realize how important, or we're able to know what will be the roles of the DOST regional offices in the technology business incubation in the region. And later on, we are going to have induction of those TBIs that are also supported by DOST regional offices, maybe supported at different levels. Maybe there are some regional offices that are really establishing the TBIs with their meager resources, but they were able to establish some TBIs also. And there are also DOST regional offices that are supporting the existing TBIs that are supported by PSHIRD and PCARD. And that's what we're doing in Central Visayas region. Now for the next slide, why are we doing this? Why we really, sometimes in the region, we have this mantra that we need to invite ourselves. Maybe at some point, the startup ecosystem would be able to forget the DOST, but if we know some activities, we invite ourselves. Okay, so and that's how it happened also with our collaboration with DASIG Central Visayas, because maybe there were times that they were reaching out to us and we get no response, but there are also times that we were the ones who are really knocking at their doors to really offer our help. How can we support the technology business incubation in the region? Because these are all the things that we can do, okay, in the innovation ecosystem in the region. We can connect because DOST Regional Office also has a vast network of partners and stakeholders that can also support the TBIs and the startups. We can empower also the MSMEs and the startups and the innovators because we do have programs and funding that can also support the startups. And hopefully we can transform because of the leadership of the DOST 7 in the Regional Research, Development, and Innovation Council. Most of our regional directors are the chairs of this RRDIC, and we can push forward policies that can support the further development of the innovation and the startup ecosystem. And we hope that we can drive the regional growth through this particular initiative. And then next slide. Okay, so we need the innovation ecosystem or the startup ecosystem in the regions. We would like to follow through this cycle of the startup, the stages of the startups. We have been focusing for the past years on directly to technology business incubation, but what we have experienced where there are startups, or maybe there are ideas that maybe not scalable, or there's no marketability because it lacks ideation, it lacks also the pre-incubation. And I think that's one of the sessions that we have with PSHIRD, with Ms. Russell, is the role of the region is we can prepare the startups so that they can be more prepared, ready for the actual or the proper incubation program. And that's what we would like to share it with you right now. The DOST regional offices has DOST regional innovation hubs, and we are focusing on pre-incubation, focusing on ideation. And with this, we hope that those good ideas that our innovators or startups are having will be further refined and we can prepare them so that they would be more ready for incubation. And hopefully we could have more incubators and more graduates from our TBIs because of the refinement of the ideas that we are doing in our iHubs. And of course, we would like to have also a full circle of assistance or support that we can have for our startups. Aside from the Technology Business Incubator, we have also partners, especially for Region 7. We have our startup ecosystem builders, where we have also some accelerators that we are partnering so that those that were graduates of the TBIs, we can enroll them to our post-incubation or pre-incubation, post-incubation or acceleration program. Like for example, the launch lab of CIT, Wildcat Innovation Lab, and with our partnership as well with Stellar PH for acceleration of this startup. So next, I would just like to highlight on the Innovation Hubs, what we're doing right now to support the TBI. Next slide, please. Okay, so we hope that with the iHub, we can provide a space where those individuals, innovators, even our DOST scholars, we have our Scholars Technopreneurship Training Program where they have good ideas, and we hope that we can develop scholar graduates that are not really geared towards employment, but geared towards building their own startups. So we hope that also the Science Education Institute will also consider that creation of a startup can also be like a service obligation or render of service obligation. Okay, so with our iHub, next slide please, these are the things that we would like to focus. We would like to focus on the pre-incubation, preparing our startups for incubation through ideation, through testing of the hypothesis, and of course to have, like for example, identification of the team members or the key stakeholders for their startup ventures, focusing on the nascent or the aspiring startups. Next slide please. Okay, these are the objectives of iHubs, and I think you are very familiar with that, especially that as I have said, we focus more incubation and ideation. Next slide. Okay, so this is the program designed for iHub. I would like to thank also DOST 6 for this conceptualization of the iHub through the leadership of R.D. Rowan Hilonga. Okay, so through the Innovation Hub, we would like to add more about more on top of ideation. We would like to have inspiration, interaction, and of course ideation and initiation with our aspiring startups. And hopefully with all of these supports, okay, that we can provide to our early or nascent or aspiring startups, they can be prepared more for TBI or incubation. So next slide. For Inspire activities, these are the activities that we have, and I think you're familiar with this. But what we would like to do is to really encourage our innovators to really push forward with their ideas, and to be encouraged that there could be a support, there could be more stakeholders that can support them. Next slide, please. Interact. Okay. We need to help them. How can they pitch their ideas? Of course, we need to identify what would be the problems or the pain points that you would like to address through the reverse pitching, and of course, even talent matching. Next, ideate. Of course, these are the more important things that we would like to do in our iHub or innovation hubs. By the way, we are now, I think, we have opened or launched around 60 innovation hubs all over the countries, and the target would be one innovation hub per provincial science and technology offices of the DOST. Next slide, please. After ideation, there could be initiation. This would be now the bridge towards technology business incubation. We can initially have an initial or preliminary business model canvas, and then matching them with a specific TBI. And we're glad there are a lot of TBIs all over the regions where we can match those startups so that they can be further and can receive formal mentorship program. Next slide, please. Okay. So, yeah, with this technology business incubation program, we are glad because in the next slide, okay, so parang ano to, no? How do we call that? Voice command. In the next slide, okay, DOST Secretary Solidum assigned the DOST Administrative Order 006 Series of 2024. We call this the One TBI program. You know, in DOST, we are fond of one lab, okay, one store, okay, and we have now another one TBI program where we could have a harmonized DOST incubation framework. We are harmonizing or aligning with PSHERD, PICARD, PCHRD, and of course with all of the TBIs, and identifying also what could be the support that we can provide. Also leveling up the support that we can provide at the DOST regional offices, not only for technology upgrading program, but also for innovation advisory, from ideation to scale up. And we were able also to define what would be the roles of the specific agencies and organizations throughout the value chain in this One TBI program. And we we have also identified the three major stages where we would like to focus. The pre-startup, which would be the focus of the DOST regional offices in terms of innovation hub, incubation with the TBIs, and acceleration with our partners. And even we have the super acceleration program with our Propel program. And then build network for funding and commercialization. And we are considering each regional office of the DOST right now is considering how can we further allocate resources for our startup. Then with the 1TBI program, next slide please, okay? So these are the roles of the DOST regional offices. We can co-implement the national TBI policies and activities, and we're very grateful to be shared for always considering DOST regional offices as key partners of the TBI program. Provide the services to startups, innovation advisory services, ideation, and then monitor also grantees and coordinate with the startup grant fund. We have a lot of applicants in the regions for the startup grant fund, but they would not qualify because they need to go through the process of, ideation, getting also some licenses and other things that they need to do. So that's what we would like also to do in the DOST regional office. How can we further help the startup so that they can qualify for the startup grant fund? And then, of course, the linkage and the co-funding of the regional ecosystem. There are several DOST regional offices right now that are the lead conveners of the ReSeed consortia. Next slide. Okay, so that's it. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, so if it takes a village to raise an innovative startup, and it would also take an ecosystem to drive innovation. Let us continue to connect, because as we are always advocating, opportunities will always favor the connected. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abando. And now to witness our DOST regional officers' contribution to grassroots innovation in their respective regions, the following heads of agencies and their representatives and DOST RO representatives will receive certificates of induction.
May we call on Ms. Russell Pili, and a representative from DOST 3.
As we go through with our induction, just in case no representatives from SUCs or HEIs are present, the DOST regional office will receive Let's begin with Aurora State College of Technology.
In recognition of Technology Business Incubator establishment, Aurora State College of Technology has been inducted as a member of the DOST Pashir TBI network and is hereby granted access information regarding networking, training, and funding opportunities within the network. Given the 7th day of December 2025 during the 9th National Technology Business Incubator Summit at Citadine, Bacolod City.
May we invite a representative from Aurora State College of Technology to kindly receive your plaque on stage, or from DOST 3. Also, another recipient, President Ramon Magsaysay State University. Now joining Ms. Russell Pili on stage is DOST NCR ARD Osric Kibot and other representatives from DOST NCR.
First up, we have the University of Perpetual Help.
Another recipient is Far Eastern University Institute of Technology.
Joining us is Enduran College.
And another recipient, Jose Rizal University.
Again, thank you so much. Joining Ms. Russell, we would like to invite Engineer Jerry Mercado from DOST Mimaropa.
And now we welcome our recipients. Marinduque State University.
Occidental Mindoro State University.
Romblon State University. Maraming salamat, DOST Mimaropa. And now we call on ARD Caitlin Bernardino from DOST 6.
We would like to welcome University of the Philippines, Visayas.
May we now call on ARD Marilyn Radam from DOST 8.
We begin first with Eastern Visayas State University. And St. Paul School of Professional Studies.
Maraming salamat, DOST 8. Now we call on ARD Ricardo Varela from DOST Caraga.
First up, we have Agusan del Sur State University.
Eastern Mindanao State University. Let's give all representatives a round of applause. Next year, we look forward to having more TBIs onboarded to the shared TBI network. Ms. Russell, maraming salamat. But to Mr. Ricardo Varela, kindly stay on stage. Representing the Department of Science and Technology, Caraga, we would like to hear your pledge of commitment. Once more, palakpakan po natin, Mr. Ricardo Varela.
Once again, to all those that we have currently awarded, we would like to invite you once again on stage for one big group gathering. Once again, thank you so much. And as of this moment, we shall now proceed to the Pledge of Commitment, which will be led by Mr. Ricardo Varela.
Please raise your right hand. Feel the spirit of TBI and the magnanimous role that you are be playing. We, at your institution, having been inducted as part of the DOSTP shared TBI network, do hereby solemnly swear to uphold the cultivation and spread of innovation and technopreneurship in our respective institutions and spaces, and to actively support and participate in the TBI-related activities and opportunities of DOSTP shared. So help me God. May the force be with you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Varela, and the rest of our newly inducted TBIs. Welcome to the Bashir TBI Network. To our newly inducted TBIs, maraming salamat po. Assistant Regional Director Ricardo N. Varela, kindly stay on stage as you will be joined by Regional Director Tristan L. Abando. May we invite Chief Technology Transfer Officer Ms. Russell Pili, together with Consortium Head of UMWAD Western Visayas, Dr. Carmelo V. Ambut.
The Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Tristan L. Abando for leading the induction segment of DOST Regional Office, assisted technology business incubators during the 9th National Technology Business Incubator Summit.
And the same certificate of appreciation is also awarded to Mr. Ricardo Varela for leading the Pledge of Commitment of DOST Regional Office Assisted Technology Business Incubators during the 9th National Technology Business Incubator Summit. Maraming salamat po! Thank you so much to our recipients and our presenters. Once more, palakpakan po natin silang lahat, everybody. And congratulations. Welcome once more to the ecosystem. Now, we want to welcome everybody's eyes and attention on stage. We now need a little bit, or not really a little bit, like 101% of your focused attention, because we now cross to the panel session. After meeting a generation of innovators and enablers in the Philippine ecosystem, we will now hear about the strategies and collaborative opportunities for TBIs to expand horizons beyond our archipelago and reach ASEAN and global institutions.
To indulge us in this panel session are three movers in the ecosystem. First, we have a decorated and distinguished individual who works with various innovation-driven organizations, serving as the president of Upgrade InnoLab, a nonprofit incubator recognized as the outstanding incubator in Region 11 and the National Global Startup Incubator of 2024 by the DOST Pitcheard. Beyond his leadership in incubation, he is the program lead of the UP System Acceleration Program, advancing university-based technology commercialization, and the project leader and lead consultant of Upgrade Education PH, which delivers innovation and skills development programs for professionals, industries, and government institutions. He is also the outgoing president of E3 Hub Philippines. Help us welcome on stage Mr. Richard Arte.
Welcome, sir. Second, we have someone with more than 25 years of experience as country and regional manager with a demonstrated history of working in the nonprofit and for-profit organization covering the academe, technology management, and enterprise development. He is also instrumental in launching startup operations of country and regional offices, namely Grameen Australia Philippines, Southern New Hampshire University School for Community Economic Development Southeast Asia Office, Caucus on Poverty Reduction of the De La Salle University System, and his current role, Wadhwani Foundation Philippines. Help us welcome on stage the Regional Director for Wadhwani Southeast Asia, Mr. Lucrecio Delgado Jr. Welcome.
Finally, we have someone who works closely with the startups to accelerate their growth through a combination of acceleration services and programs across the region. Based in the Philippines, she has worked with the private sector and government agencies in policy development, innovation programs, implementation, and startup development support, focusing on investments and sustainable development. She also plays an active role in the local community initiatives in Cebu as a CBM co-chairperson at the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry and co-founder of Startup Ecosystems Builders Group and Fies Startup Conference. April is an SDG advocate and champion for women empowerment, education, and environmental sustainability. Help us welcome on stage the head of Environmental, Social, and Governance Division of Quest Ventures, Miss April Ong Vanyo.
And finally, to moderate this panel is another significant mover of the ecosystem, a staunch supporter. Her joy comes from enabling others, especially young entrepreneurs. Through her work with tech startups, she has mentored close to 500 entrepreneurs. She was executive director of IdeaSpace, a tech startup accelerator from its inception in 2012 to 2021. Still very much engaged in the Philippine startup ecosystem, she is part of several technical panels at the Department of Science and Technology, its private sector representative to the Innovative Startup Act Steering Committee, conducts training on customer discovery through several Philippine universities, and consultant to several technology business incubators. She is also the chair of the board of trustees of Vivita Philippines, an innovation hub for children located in Baguio City. Kindly help us welcome our moderator, Miss Diane Dugan Eustaquio.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to do a startup weekend trick here before we start. If you hear me, or if you're with us, can you clap once? Can you hear us? Can you clap twice? Okay, hopefully I get your attention from your screens and from the networking. Hopefully also, how many minutes? Oh, we only have 30 minutes to do this. Let's get going. All right, so you've met Richard, Chris, and April. And my first question is, fill in the blanks. The blank. One blank lang naman. Oops. Sorry, my modesty panel fell. Diyan ka na lang. So, the sentence is, many of our TBIs struggle with blank. Who would like to start?
I think many of our TBIs are struggling on creating more investable startups.
Okay. April?
I think most TBIs are struggling with sustainability beyond the funding that they get. And I think that's what Ms. Russell was asking and hoping for the TBIs.
Okay. And Richard?
I think most of the TBIs also struggle with mentorship. So like mentors for their startups.
Okay. So I'll take that as a prompt to start our conversation. Mentoring, investable startups, and then sustainability. Can we start first with mentoring? And I'd like you, the challenge is, from that prompt, talk about what E3 does for the startups.
Right. So as an insider, because I also run Upgrade in a lab, which is, by the way, also funded before by DOST. So I think there are about 95 incubators that's in the room. And most of them share the same struggle, which is to have like a robust mentor pool for their startups. Because I think matching mentors with startups should also be strategic. So we need to have mentors who can be with them in the entire process. That's their business coach. And most of us do have technical mentors. That's our scientists inside the university. That's the business college, perhaps like business experts or finance experts. But people who have industry knowledge, who have experience and could help them facilitate like acquisition of relationship with some of the stakeholders around that ecosystem of a startup is really important. And I'm not sure if all of you will agree, but we've been around all these incubators in the country, and they affirm that they also struggle having that robust pool of mentors for their incubatees.
So can I follow up on that? So before you were part of E3, and then you were running an incubator, how did you grow your mentor pool?
Yeah, so I think first it's knowing your value proposition as an incubator. So because knowing your value and the people also who appreciate your value, so I'd like to simplify that part there. could also help you build your ecosystem because you would know who are the people who could connect with you. Say if you are a climate incubator, so you would definitely know that there are climate financing institutions or climate investors. There are also climate technical firms who provides technical support for climate-aligned incubatees or startups. So you knowing that this is your value, I am a climate incubator, could help you facilitate better identify who to go to. And the next part is showing up, right? So showing up in events like this, and also like getting the cards and building your yellow pages. That's your directory of partners. And I think it's when you have that yellow pages, does everybody know what a yellow pages are? No. So basically that's your directory, right? Or your Excel sheet of your contacts. Because you wouldn't know who are the startups that will be onboarded in your incubation program. So later, if you have this change, or a new disruptive startup that's part of your incubation program, and then those familiar mentors are not fit for this startup, then you review your yellow pages, right? So, because you can see there, okay, sometime in 2015, I met this guy from Singapore, and he's mentoring AI startups. And in 2015, AI is not yet a simple discussion. It's complex, right?
Okay, yan. So Richard shared a hack. So, diba, your yellow pages, in my time, it's called Rolodex. I think the newer age, it's called your CRM. You should all have our CRM, diba? So if you did not collect, Minette Navarrete, who my colleague from Kickstart should say, every event, you have to make 10 new friends. So if you did not make 10 new friends, you still have a few more hours and tomorrow to make sure you get those 10 new friends. For every event, make 10 new friends. So, thanks, Richard. I'd like to go over to Chris, and his fill-in-the-blanks phrase was struggling with investable startups.
I think from the purview of the Wood Bunny Foundation, we believe that the funnel for startups, for incubators, should start from the academic institutions. So we go back to the fundamentals of how do we ensure that our founders actually understands the basics of creating startups, the usual problem solution fit and the product market fit concept, for instance. So I think we are present right now, our presidents and key persons in the academe, and we have to look at how our curriculum, for instance, would provide input process for us to ensure that our TBIs would accept actually incubators, which already have initial traction in terms of product market fit. Generally accepted, I think, principle is that you incubate a startup with around 6 months to 2 years runway already. But what happens right now is that we still entertain idea stage. So yung role ng TBIs are somehow distracted or deviated because in the absence of a steady funnel for startup who have early traction, they end up going back to ideation, design thinking, etc., etc. Second part, that's why in the Wood Bunny Foundation, we actually offer an end-to-end support. Most of our partners would only know about the Ignite program of the foundation, which offers a multi-million platform which would expose our students and faculty to globally accepted standards in terms of startup incubation. But the truth of the matter is the foundation also provides enabling support for incubation and acceleration. So we have Ignite for the college partners, we have Lift Off for incubation, and we have a one-year advantage for acceleration. In my 9 years with the foundation in the Philippines, I think we were a bit focused more on the Ignite part because we see the academe as the natural hub for creating the talents and future inspiration. Kaninang umaga, we had some early interaction ni Ms. Dayan sa kanina Richard na baka we have to look at and revisit our curriculum one way or the other. Even up to the early childhood curriculum, for instance, no? Do we teach them creativity and entrepreneurship, for instance, as early as grade 7, grade 8? Most entrepreneurs would say they had the inspiration way back in college or high school when they started selling pencils or papers or kakanin, for instance, out of the challenges they face in life. Kung walang allowance, walang tuition, yung mga enterprising na mga estudyante would look for ways to be able to earn the extra money. But I think if the curriculum and the academe is very intentional with the concept na wait lang, there's another path towards employability, di ba? We could actually be a job creator. And if we look at our curriculum, the way we are teaching our students is towards finding jobs, no? Managers, operations managers. So in the foundation, we believe that an investable startup should start from the fundamentals. We go back to entrepreneurship, mindset, and please, please, don't protect your students from finance. Diba? We have to learn, we have to have basic financial literacy happening from the primary school to high school to college, for instance. But finance in the sense that you look at startup finance, not the regular finance. You don't teach an idea stage startup founder how to forecast 3 years to 5 years financial statements. You help them understand the present value of their startup. How much money do I need to start my business? How do I understand variable costs, fixed costs?
TBIs and rethink how do we continue? We don't want to end our program now that we don't have funding, let's say, our grants. But to what we are, so a little bit of background for, I've met a few of you already, but at Quest, we are a VC. We invest in startups. But to this point of sustainability, we have also begun our work in ecosystem development and building the different pillars in the markets that we're present in. We're headquartered in Singapore, but our portfolio spans across Asia. And maybe to be more practical, how do we work with incubators? How do we work with enablers like yourselves, like a TBI in the Philippines? We work closely with you because we are one of the first, if not the first check that comes in. We're one of the very early stage VCs for these startups. We rely on you to build that pipeline of investable startups. We get invited to all the demo days from Kazakhstan to Korea because that's where we'll be able to find them. But we see that in some markets, there is need or there's a gap in the development or the capacity of these local enablers for whatever reason there is. So now, maybe as an example, what we've started doing is really work closely, whether it's government-backed programs or those in universities or even private sector corporate-led programs. We come in as a partner to even co-deliver. We have some activities that's like we're a quasi-accelerator already, but we come into the end that at the almost similar to what Idea Space has turned into, right, Dan? That it's also going to be investing in the startups that finish the programs. And why we do that is because we're now building our relationship from the start or earlier on with the founders. That's already more than the due diligence that we usually get to do, for all those that come in along our way. So I think also for us, especially for the Philippines, and I think for some of you, I'm looking forward to meet one of the flagship programs for capacity and knowledge is our VCA program, where we teach, the participants what is the business model of the VC. So you understand how does the VC actually make money, right? Where do we actually get our money that we are deploying to the startups? Understanding the workings around that so that you also get to know how to pass that along to the startups under your, under your programs. And it also allows you to think, can I be a VC? Because there are incubators around the world, around the region that work as an incubator VC. I mean, not everybody needs to do that, but that's something to think of. Or like in some cases, like what we have done, let's say for example in Malaysia, I mentioned Kazakhstan, it was more of the sovereign wealth fund that we are backed by. The programs is funded by those partners through the VCs like us. So that's also another way of looking at it. So I think there's a lot of opportunities that hopefully the TBIs now are willing to explore and pilot, and maybe some university presidents in the room can maybe say, okay, let's try it and have that decision whether it works or not.
So April, you mean to say you're available to support these universities?
Yes, absolutely. This is where our partnership will also move forward with the OST and connecting with the TBIs on how they want to work around this type of model. And we're more than willing, if any of you wants to have that conversation, we let us be the VC partner guinea pig. We're willing to do that. We've been doing that in several markets, so why not here in the Philippines?
Okay. Yeah, because I would like to use that to segue to talking about relationships. So, yeah, in the beginning, you're probably developing the relationship with certain TBIs, but then you're also doing your own due diligence. They're also doing their due diligence through these partnerships that all three of you have. It's very important for us to get to know who you're going to endorse your startups to. Yeah, so would any one of you want to start from there, I mean, add to that?
No, I think maybe building on what Richard mentioned about like having your network, let's say, of partners or mentors, that's the same with your network of fellow enablers. The network of maybe other investors or VCs or other, I would say, resources. And, you know, your experience with them, it's almost like everybody, right? If you get referred to, you can also do your due diligence and find out, oh, Richard, I saw that you had this so-and-so as a mentor for your program. How was she? How was he? Would you recommend them, right? So that I have my own program, maybe I can also onboard them, right? And I don't know if, because the TBI network is actually amazing. I think we are not even, we're like scratching along the surface of your power. I'm not sure if there has been cross-TBI, cross-consortium. I think I have been personally kind of thrown, they were saying movers and shakers or something in the intro. It's like, yeah, movers because I'm moving around, but happily doing that. But, you know, are you sharing your, let's say, partners also to the other TBIs? Right? Like, hey, we had a training with this, so-and-so, or we had a mentor with this and that. Perhaps others want to also engage them, because you're vetting also with one another within the TBI network. And then if may kulang, like, hey, who has somebody who's good at finance and, you know, certain topics, and someone will say, yeah, we did a pretty good workshop on this. These were our resource speakers. So you can actually already have your own, like, common Rolodex or yellow pages and start from there.
Richard?
Yeah, so I think it's also getting to know your partners beyond the meetings or the transaction, right? Because sometimes we get to know like the other things that they do in life and the other expertise that they have if like we warm up that relationship. So just to share, like this is outside E3, but I'm here to represent E3, by the way. So in Upgrade, our screening or selection committee for the startups is actually external. So it's usually comprised of our partners. So like April is one of our screening committee members. Phoebe of Gobi is also one. And then 2 locals. So, and we got April, for example, because of her experience and expertise in ESG. So if you would like to screen founders or startup companies that are applying in our program with companies na aligned sa ESG, then April could screen them better. But we wouldn't know that if we didn't like get to know April, her appetite in terms of involvement in the ecosystem, and that we wouldn't know that April was also like a community builder all her life, right?
So at the very foundation of this then are the traits of the TBI managers. Before we can talk about knowing who or what organizations to endorse our startups to, the TBI managers must have certain traits. And our discussion so far is collaborative, a networker who does due diligence also. Would you like to add any more traits that we'd like to see from the TBI managers? Then let's talk about passing on later on to our
I think
startups.
we need to look at, we get to have more and more people who are more forward-looking, right? A guy by the name of Stephen Covey mentioned that we have to begin with an end in mind, one way or the other. I think all of us are in this kind of ecosystem because we wanted to produce more unicorns. Kung di man unicorns, na zebras, diba? As impact-driven organization. But the whole idea of creating a unicorn, I think, is rooted on the fact that it's a long journey for an entrepreneur. So as an ecosystem enabler, I think from the academe to incubators, accelerators, venture capitalists, we have to find a way to ensure that if somebody makes a decision to launch a startup, we have to be able to assure that someone that, look, yours will not be a lonely journey. Because somewhere along the way, you'll find somebody who's there to help you, maybe locally, coming from an academic TBI incubatee who would eventually become a unicorn, right? So, but that has to be a long journey. And the moment they enter the valley of death, so-called, most of them would give up. But the dip in your journey can actually be the opportunity to go up, right? If you have the right people, the right organization who would help you and assure you, look, you're not actually at a dead end, you're actually being challenged to maybe go up or go around or go down, as the case may be. So we have to get that whole thing embedded. And sorry, that kind of ecosystem work would need a lot of trust building, not to be more concerned about attribution, because some of us would be concerned about who gets the recognition one way or the other. We have to be very, very conscious of the fact that all of what we're doing is towards economic development and job creation. And unless we are able to produce unicorns who are homegrown and authentic unicorns, then the whole agenda would collapse.
Yeah. April, go ahead.
Yes. I definitely agree. And maybe to your question, Diane, it's, both hats, the traits of both an entrepreneur and investor. So it's actually very tough. You have a very tough job as TBI managers because, yes, entrepreneurial, you have to see things also like an entrepreneur because you are going to be with entrepreneurs. That's why, quite frankly, and this is not to discourage those who are not entrepreneurs themselves, but a lot of successful incubation programs are led by or driven by entrepreneurs. But that doesn't mean that if you didn't start as an entrepreneur and you're a TBI manager, you cannot be entrepreneurial. Your TBI is your enterprise. Think of it that way. And in the same time, as an investor with a long-term mindset, dapat entrepreneurial investor mind, negosyante. You have to say, I'm planting, it's patient capital, patient investment, because I know that in the long run, what we're doing here is going to come back to us twofold, maybe tenfold later on. And to the point I was sharing earlier about sustainability, we need to be ambitious that if maybe we have a unicorn, zebra, whatever animal it will be, that success will trickle down to your university. And in fact, a lot of universities around the world that have successful entrepreneurship or innovation systems, they benefit from it to a point that they get to fund because, the royalties or the equity that they get from all the different startups that are now maybe so successful, it brings back to the funds of the universities. So if you think of it, it's not going to happen next year, tomorrow. It will take time. But if you're constantly doing that and working towards that, it will go back to your university and your TBI, and you can even help more. Right? So it's like continuing sort of funding, and that's the sustainability we want to see.
At this point, I'd like to give 5 seconds to the audience. If anyone has a question for our panel, please raise your hand. I see one over there. Who, gentleman, Siege from IDEA. You can come over here, Siege. Five, four, three, two, one.
Hello, hello. Hi, so lovely talk. Now I'm just a Siege from Iligan. Just a quick question. I mean, the topic is more about collaboration for ASEAN, and a lot of the challenges for me purposefully working with IDEA for about how many years already, and working with both students and professionals. A lot of the startup founders, when they scale, mostly in the third year or fourth year, a lot of them quit, most especially when they're working in the Valley of Death. That's because, as mentioned prior, that there's that, for example, there's still limited capital infusion. There's a lot of reasons why a lot of these startups fail, and I've seen that firsthand. Now, considering that the topic is really about how do we foster like institutionalizing ASEAN and global partners, is it really a key area that we want to focus, or do we want to really focus more on our own ecosystem? I mean, working with these founders, a lot of them have already said it's very hard to find a product market fit in the Philippines itself. Yeah. So finding the right customers takes them more than like an initial 3 years or 5 years down the line. So what are your thoughts on this? And should we be still focusing on improving the purchasing power of the locals, technology adoption of Filipinos, or should we start thinking about more global markets and pushing for research and startups that go global instead of like focusing it inside the Philippines itself?
Okay, local or global? Thanks, Siege. Thank you.
Oh, I have a lot of thoughts on that, but maybe we have like, oh my gosh, this little time, but I would say startups from the very beginning should have that mindset of going global or regional at least. But of course, you want to start in your own market. But if in the end, while you're validating, your market is not the Philippines, that's fine. You just have to validate it somewhere. If it's not going to happen, that it means there's a problem. No? But you know, a lot of successful startups in Asia come from where? Mostly funded startups come from where? Singapore. We're in Singapore. We're at the heart of the startup ecosystem there. When they pitch to us, when we ask them their go-to-market strategy, almost none of them say, our go-to-market strategy in Singapore is this. No, they're looking at the Philippines, they're looking at Vietnam, they're looking at the other markets. So as a solution, who is your market? You really need to know that, right? And if it is the globe, then great. Those are the great stories, right? That you can plug and play anywhere, Africa, Latin America, etc. So don't see that as a challenge. But to the question of if we should focus on, yes, I think we should take advantage of our ASEAN partnerships. I don't think, not even just startups, generally in terms of economic integration, we are not making use or capitalizing on ASEAN. We are not. It's kind of sad. But there's so much more potential. And I think we're getting closer and closer to one another. The world or the region is getting smaller. So we should grasp that. And since ASEAN is coming to the Philippines, you better be ready. You have to have friends now in each of the ASEAN countries. Does everyone know which ones are the countries? Goal na natin. You need to make a friend, TBI, VC, whoever, from each ASEAN country, and happy to be a connector as well.
Okay, there you go. So I think we've run out of time, but I want to ask the last question. Next year, as Russell said, is ASEAN year, and it's a challenge for us is who are we going to present to that forum or to that stage? Do you have any startup in mind in your portfolios who you would like to be featured next year?
Hopefully the partnership that we are looking at with Bishard. Currently we're trying to forge a partnership with Russell's team to be able to like pre-select around 5 startups per TBIs. But the idea, the end in mind is to get 5 of them eventually pass the requirement of Antler, for instance. Okay. So what one is in partnership with Antler. So prior to looking at Y Combinators, etc. Let's look at regional level. But Antler is a very competitive position as well. No? Like they have 5,000 plus applicants on an annual basis. So maybe hopefully that whole process, each TBI with 5 startups would compete among other TBIs, and we get the best of the best 5 out of the whole Philippines, and maybe out of that best 5 would come someone who would represent.
Okay, so no favorites yet as of now.
No.
April, any?
Actually, that's a thing. It's hard. There's no pipeline. Like in terms of investments, we haven't made new investments in the Philippines because it's still difficult. But I don't want to sound negative. I think the positive side is there's now some pipeline that's been not thrown in a bad way, but put on stage the last few weeks. Yesterday, the Philippine Innovation Awards was given. A month ago was, the Ignite Startup World Cup, etc. So we have a few candidates there that's, I guess, the favorites of some programs. I think what we need to prepare for next year is they're not just pitching on stage the same thing that they have this month or this quarter. Let's help them reach certain milestones so that by then, when we put them on the ASEAN stage, we can really be proud of them, or they'll be saying, we want a partner in this country or this market because now they're ready to go regional. So no favorites. I want however many that's willing to go that much, and tinabangay will help each other so these startups could get to the next level.
Okay. Richard?
So I don't want to put in a hot seat, so no, I don't want to play favoritism. But I think for E3, we can support incubators because we have support in terms of cross-border bridge for startups in the Philippines to collaborate with startups in Asia, and also for incubators to collaborate with other enablers in Asia. So maybe a preparation work with how we can try to send our material to the partners in Asia, so that when they're here, the conversation will be easier, right?
Yes, yeah. So no favorites, and we cannot name yet any, so nothing is bubbling up to the top of our minds. So going back again to what Russell mentioned earlier, how they saw these cross-border collaborations happen is when the founders knew somebody also across in another country or another part of the world. No? So before that happens, the TBI manager has to make friends first across borders, but they don't have to really try very hard because we have Wadwani, we have Quest, and we have E3 to help you connect. I do recall some of the startups who I know gone to Indonesia or Vietnam. They say, "Oh, Diane, do you remember you connected me to so-and-so?" I cannot remember, but it was because of those introductions. So it was also because we hustled also back then. No? So I think the message is back to ourselves. We can talk about the startups going across and getting invested in, but then what traits? The call to action then, I think this panel is saying, is the traits that we need to have as TBI managers so that we could help our startups be on that ASEAN stage. At the very least, that's our dream for now. Okay, any last words before we go super overtime?
We're already over. No, maybe just an anecdote. The time I met my boss now, the founder in Singapore of Quest Ventures, was because we invited several investors to the ASEAN Summit in the Philippines back in 2017. Wow. So at that time, I was working for a consulting firm that helped the government organize the ASEAN activities. So I had met a lot of the investors that we were courting, hey, come to the Philippines, check us out. And one of the relationships that I kept going back and forth was James, my boss. And over the years, I actually started as a mentor for Philippines. So for startups in the portfolio that wanted to come to the Philippines. So that's the first relationship. And at first, they were not really that gung-ho about coming and entering in the country. But over time, they wanted. And then, yeah, we ended up thinking, let's do more things in the Philippines. So I didn't think of that back in 2017. So who knows, the relationships that you will build in 2026 through ASEAN can lead to different opportunities for you individually, personally, or for your TBI or for your startups.
Okay, Richard?
Maybe for the participating incubators who's here, so if you're looking for mentors in Asia, so feel free to reach out to us. So we have our resource material inside our website. For this, that's our yellow pages, right? So you can access our yellow pages through the Global Entrepreneurs Accelerator Network of E3. And we're also running our Global Accelerator, which is connecting Philippine MSMEs to their counterparts in Asia for market expansion.
Okay.
I think based on the presentation of Russell earlier, we have to look at in terms of the exit, which is again long-term one way or the other. But the exit strategy eventually is for us to ensure that we build resilient founder and startups one way or the other. Our Dr. Ramesh Wadhwani, by the way, had to approach like 125 investors before he finally got his initial funding for his first venture in Pittsburgh, California. So he was saying, guys, regardless of your situation, it's always a person who never gives up that wins in the long way. But for us to be able to create a person that never gives up, we have to have this ecosystem of support in place so that we will have somebody who would eventually complete the whole journey.
Okay, so we end this panel with just 2 words: collaboration and taking the long view of things. Look forward. So thank you very much, Chris, April, and Richard. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give them another round of applause, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, palakpakan po natin sila. I know you're tired. Can you please take your seats and relax muna, including our dear moderator. You did a good job. But relax right there, please. I would love to welcome on stage Ms. Russell Pili together with Dr. Carmelo Ambut. We will now be acknowledging and recognizing these people who have just given us so much inspiration and knowledge on stage. We will be giving you your plaques of appreciation. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. May we have our presenters on stage, please? Together with our presenters, we thank each of our panels. Let's begin. Maraming salamat, Mr. Richard Dai.
The same is given to Mr. Lucrecio Delgado Jr.
Once more, let's give the plaque to Mr. Richard A. Thank you. And finally, the same is given to Miss April Ong Banyo.
And of course, to our moderator, Ms. Diane Dugan Estacio.
To our panel and our presenters, maraming salamat po. You may now relax off stage. Now, we turn everyone's eyes and attention onto the other stage right there on that side of the ballroom, as we now have another historical Memorandum of Understanding signing.
We will witness another pivotal moment of this event, the ceremonial signing of the memorandum between DOST and PSHIRD and its partners, respectively, E3 Philippines, Wadhwani Foundation, and Quest Ventures.
May we invite the following people to join us at the signing area. Chief Science Research Specialist of DOSE Shared, Ms. Russell M. Pili. Outgoing President of E3 Philippines, Mr. Richard R. Day.
We have the Regional Director of Wadhwani, Southeast Asia, Mr. Lucrecio Delgado Jr.
Head of Environmental, Social, and Governance Division of Quest Ventures, Ms. April Ong Banyo.
And as witnesses, we would like to kindly request Dr. Leah Buendia, and who is our DOST Undersecretary for Research and Development, to join us as witness.
And the signing now begins. Once more, we are witnessing the signing of Memorandum of Understanding with DOSE Shared, E3, Wadhwani, and Quest Ventures. Once you're done with your signing, let's show our signed documents to our official photographers. 3, 2, and 1. And that ends our signing. Palakpakan po natin. Maraming salamat. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And now, as we invite back some of our resource persons over there to come back here at the main stage, the whole TBI network is looking forward to the collaboration between DOSE Shared and its new partners.
Riding on the momentum, we would like to take this opportunity to honor and recognize the efforts of individuals backing up our startups and startup enablers in every way possible. Without them, these project initiatives would not materialize.
That's right. Now we kindly call back on stage Chief Technology Transfer Officer, Ms. Russell M. Pili, together with Consortium Head of UMWAD Western Visayas, Dr. Carmelo V. Ambut. Member, we begin with Engineer Albertson Amante. Joining us on stage once more are our technical panels.
We also have Mr. Carlo Calimon.
Another technical panel, Attorney Christopher Cruz.
We have Dr. Jeffrey Deliosa.
Another technical panel, Engineer Edgardo Esperancilla.
This is also given, of course, to Ms. Diane Eustachio.
our panel, Mr. Federico Gonzalez, Miss Dominga Malyonga,
We are also joined by Miss Alwyn Rosell.
and Dr. Louise Sison. Our DOST Pishier technical panel. Let's have a group photo with everyone on center stage, please. Move forward.
On behalf of our National Innovation Drivers, we would like to hear a few words from one of our technical panelists. We have the Research, Development, and Extension Services of Batangas State University, Vice President, Engineer Albertson Amante.
Thank you very much po. Ako po ay napag-utusan lang actually. No? DOST Secretary Renato Salido, Fisher Executive Director Dr. Eric Paringit, RITD Chief Russell Pili, other DOST officials, colleagues from the academe, my co-TP panelists, let me acknowledge them. Of course, my TBI mentor, Luis Sison, Dr. Ed Esperencilia, Kabayan Glenn Baticados, Brother Jace, Brother Carlo, Brother Jeff, Attorney Chris, Sir Dicky, Manay Inday, Malonga, CC Alwyn Rosell, and our dear mother hen, Diana Eustaquio. No? President Tirso Ronquillo and other higher education institutions, leaders, and of course to our TBI community. Hello. And to all lovers of innovation, magandang hapon po. On behalf of the technical panel of the Department of Science and Technology, PSHERD, we, the members of these technical panel, humbly express our deepest gratitude for the recognition bestowed upon us. May paano pala, no? National Innovation Drivers. Yan. So this distinction is both an honor and a reminder of our shared responsibility to advance technology transfer, research translation, and innovation that meaningfully impacts the lives of Filipinos. We extend our sincere appreciation to the DOST leadership and to our partner research and development institutes, higher education institutions, industry collaborators, and government agencies for their steadfast support and partnership. Most especially, we wish to acknowledge the technology business incubators, the tech transfer offices of different higher education institutions, whom we had the privilege to evaluate your passion, creativity, and perseverance. Continue to inspire us and reaffirm the vital role of innovation and entrepreneurship in national development. Palakpakan niyo po yung mga sarili. At pasensya na po, minsan kami po ay baka nagiging mahigpit. Ano po, but we know that everything po naman is for the betterment po, ng inyong mga proposals. We likewise express our heartfelt thanks to the dedicated staff of Fishered RITD and for their diligence, professionalism, and unwavering assistance. Their meticulous coordination and genuine support have made our work not only effective but also worthwhile, easy, and enjoyable. Palakpakan naman natin yung RITD team. So this recognition strengthens our resolve to continue fostering a dynamic and inclusive innovation ecosystem, one that empowers researchers, startups, and communities to transform ideas into impact. Together, we remain committed to harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more sustainable, resilient, and progressive Philippines. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Store Engineer. Thank you so much. On to another quick segment. This afternoon, we take a moment to shine the spotlight on the remarkable achievements of our partners across the country. Those who have gone above and beyond in advancing innovation and startup development through the DOST Shared Regional Startup Enabler for Ecosystem Development Program, or RESEED.
When RESEED began, the ambition was clear. Strengthen regional startup communities, empower local TBIs, and build bridges, not just programs that enable founders from every corner of the country to thrive.
Since 2023, our consortiums and incubators have launched new programs, supported emerging founders, expanded partnerships, and strengthened their internal capacity to serve.
The RESEED Honors is our way of recognizing those who have gone beyond and above. TBIs and consortiums that embody excellence in service, collaboration, and community building.
We have 3 recognitions to share this afternoon. The Rising TBI Award, Community Choice, the Best TBI in Service, and Outstanding Consortium Award.
All 59 TBIs and 16 consortiums were invited to represent themselves as we highlight their recent efforts. Through these awards, we celebrate innovation happening on the ground, recognizing teams who do the hard work every day to cultivate founders, accelerate ideas, and expand opportunity where it matters most.
All right, everybody, welcome to RESEED Honors 2025. Before we proceed further with our awards, we would first like to take a moment to recognize the distinguished members of our RESEED Honors 2025 selection panel, who you may also know from DOST Shared technical panels. These individuals are experienced startup enablers and community builders who have lent their expertise to thoughtfully review each nomination and ensure that the winners we celebrate today truly embody innovation, collaboration, and impact.
Please stand and wave to be recognized as we call your name. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to former Regional Director at DOST Caraga, Ms. Dominga Malyonga.
Thank you. Private Sector Representative, ISA Steering Committee, Ms. Diane Eustaquio. Thank you.
We also have Country Director at Jazzy Pay Incorporated and the CN FinTech Group. We have Mr. J. Asuncion Jr.
Thank you. An innovation champion and mentorpreneur, also an assistant professor at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Mr. Glenn Baticados. Maraming salamat po.
And with that, once again, let's give our selection panel a round of applause for their invaluable contribution in determining the institutions to be recognized in today's award.
Let the awarding begin. We call up on stage our partners from DOST Shared to help us congratulate and award our winners of the RESEED Honors 2025. Please join us, Ms. Russell Pili, Head of Research Information and Technology Transfer of DOST Shared. Together with Ms. Russell Pili is our technical panelists. Let's begin with the first award.
This award recognizes a relatively new technology business incubator established within the last 3 years. Evaluation for this award focused on 3 key areas: initiatives for early incubation and growth, program and team readiness, and brand and specialization visibility in the region, highlighting TBIs that are not just standing or starting up, but already leading with purpose and momentum.
The recipient has shown clear and consistent strategies in strengthening their banner projects and specialization, maximizing local partnerships and resources to achieve their goals in these first few years. They have also built strong alignment, influence, and camaraderie among their partners, resulting in mutual benefit for the TBI and their local community.
And now, the Rising TBI Award goes to...
Insert manual drum roll.
Congratulations to
Oh, there it is.
Balik sa Bohol TBI, Bohol Island State University.
Congratulations! May we request representatives from the Balik sa Bohol TBI and Bohol Island State University to join us on stage and be recognized. Congratulations to Balik sa Bohol TBI for their outstanding early success and growing impact within its community. Palakpakan po natin!
We move forward with the Community Choice Award, Best TBI in Service. This is the only award whose winner was chosen solely by the ecosystem stakeholders themselves, reflecting their real-world experience and appreciation. It recognizes the TBI valued and trusted by its community. Among the 59 DOST Bashir supported incubators, we have one that has provided effective and empowering support to those it serves.
Evaluation for this award was based entirely on direct feedback, measured through an online voting process participated in by respondents from all over the Philippines, gathering around 14,000 or 1,400, more than 1,400 votes.
Votes came from the startups, program alumni, partners, stakeholders, and individuals who have benefited from the TBI's initiatives, providing first-hand insights into the TBI support, mentorship, connectivity, and responsiveness.
And now, here goes the Community Choice Award, gathering 28% of the total votes. The award goes to Palawan International Technology Business Incubator from Palawan State University. Congratulations! I am loving the expression. She was so surprised. This looks like a Miss Universe title just crowned. Congratulations po, Palawan State University.
Once again, congratulations to Palawan International Technology Business Incubator for being the community's choice, a TBI that continues to empower, uplift, and create lasting impact for founders, partners, and the startup ecosystem.
Congratulations! And may I say, surprise! One last award, everybody. We finally closed the Resi Honors 2025 celebration with our last recognition, the Outstanding Consortium Award. This award recognizes the regional TBI consortium that has demonstrated overall excellence, impact, and sustained leadership in advancing the Philippine startup ecosystem. It honors the consortium that has become a regional benchmark for collaboration and innovation, contributing significantly to the growth and visibility of startups and enablers across their area.
Evaluation for this award focused on 3 key areas: leadership and sustainability, regional impact and results, and brand and values alignment. Recognizing a consortium that delivers practical and tangible results, fosters sustainability, and champions innovation that uplifts their regional ecosystem.
This recipient is lauded for its strong leadership in serving their members, their locality, and their island region. Their programs have exhibited intention and purpose while continuously growing innovation and learning. They stand as a consortium that offers a strong united voice that their members and stakeholders are inspired to support and follow. And now, the Outstanding Consortium Award goes to
Ideas Davao, Innovation and Development Accelerators Consortium for Startups in Region 12.
once more, congratulations, Ideas Davao Innovation and Development Accelerators Consortium for Startups in Region 11. Ideas Davao, kindly stay on stage. You will be joined by our other recipients for the RESEED Awards. Can we call in our champions for every award to also join us on stage? Let's have one big photo op, please. Kindly stay on stage, Ideas Davao. Maraming salamat.
Once again, we would like to invite on stage our awardees to join us here.
Our RESEED awardees for 2025, Balik sa Bohol TBI, Palawan International Technology Business Incubator from Palawan State University, and Ideas Davao. Today we celebrate not only our leaders, but all TBIs and consortiums across the country for your continued efforts in empowering founders, building partnerships, and strengthening innovation within your communities.
Each of you play a vital role in shaping the Philippine startup landscape, creating opportunities, nurturing talent, and driving inclusive growth.
This is only the beginning. Today's awarding marks the first batch of RESEED Honors 2025 awardees, and we look forward to recognizing even more change makers in the weeks to come.
Congratulations once again to our winners, and may we continue to seed impact one innovation at a time.
And that ends RESEED Honors 2025. Palakpakan po natin. To highlight our happenings of the day, put your eyes and attention on screen. And this is the 9th National TBI Summit.
The future of Philippine innovation is not Metro Manila alone. It is regional, it is plural, and it is archipelagic. That is why technology business incubators matter. They are the levers that lift our local hubs to global visibility. They are the scaffolds that take raw ideas from Iloilo, Kawayan, Bacolod, or Solana and shape them into ventures that can stand toe-to-toe with competitors.
The National Technology Business Incubator Summit has become more than a yearly gathering. It has become a story of how innovation travels across our islands, linking people, ideas, and opportunities. We are not here just to attend the summit, but to strengthen our shared vision of an innovation archipelago, a Philippines where every region contributes to a dynamic network of ideas, enterprise,
If we are to expand our horizons, it will be because our technology business incubators in the regions refuse to settle for provincial status and instead claim their seat at the world's table.
As we convene under the theme Innovation Archipelago, connecting ecosystems, expanding horizons, let us commit not just to symbolic gestures, but to real systems and structures.
Where love of country is shown not only by waving the flag, but through ideas that work, technologies that serve, and enterprises that uplift Filipino lives.
To formally close today's event, let us all welcome the President of the Technological University of the Philippines, Dr. Reynaldo Ramos.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Good afternoon, everyone. But before I start with my closing remarks, papuntahin natin si Kurt at si Danny, our MC. Palakpakan po natin yung dalawa nating MC for being so lively to make us more alive and awake. Danny and Kurt, congratulations. And to the rest of the recent honors, congratulations po. I think I remembered Palawan, then Bohol Island State University and the rest. Mga kaibigan ko po yung mga presidente noon, kaya naalala ko pa. So with that, sa muli po, good afternoon everyone. As we come to the close of this remarkable gathering, allow me to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Department of Science and Technology, to the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Engineering Technology, Research, and Development, for steering yet another milestone in our collective innovations journey. To our host, partners, startup founders, and fellow advocates from higher education institutions, thank you for keeping the flame of innovation burning brightly across our islands. Over the course of this summit, we have seen that our strength as a nation lies not in the size of our markets, but in the depth of ideas. Ideas that rise from classrooms, laboratories, and communities and find their way into the lives of our people through technology and entrepreneurships. Today, the innovation archipelago is no longer just a theme. It's a living reality. From Ilocos to Caraga, from Batangas to Bacolod, we have witnessed how TBIs transform universities into engines of inclusive progress. They do not only build startups, they build hope, they build self-reliance, and they build the confidence that Filipinos can lead in the age of innovation. For us, at the Technological University of the Philippines, particularly TUP Visayas, this journey is deeply personal. Through TUP Visayas, we have seen how a campus, once a modest in scale, can grow into a vital hub of innovation and collaboration in the region. It stands as a proof that transformation does not always begin with size or status, but with vision, perseverance, and shared purpose. We too are part of the expanding ecosystem, proof that the regions are not peripheries of innovation, they are powerhouses of it. Let this summit remind us that innovation is not born in isolation. It strives where collaboration meets compassion, where technology serves humanity, and where every Filipino believes that kaya natin ito. We can and we will. As we look forward to the 10th TBI Summit, we carry this conviction that every startup we nurture, every partnership we forge, and every young mind we inspire in a step toward a more innovative and inclusive Philippines. On behalf of the Technological University of the Philippines, I thank the OST PSURD, our partner institution, and every member of the vibrant ecosystem. May we continue to connect an island not just by bridges of concrete, but bridges of innovation and shared purpose of leadership. Before I end my message, I would like to acknowledge the people beyond this program, especially the key faculty of TUP Visayas, our campus director, Dr. Eric Malooy. Can you stand up, please? And the two people who helped him, Engineer Jovel Yang and Dr. Greg Crisostomo. And to the rest of the DOST Regional Office. And thank you for the DOST funding that our TUPV Hive became one of the success stories of TBI. And maybe because of this performance of TUP Visayas, I just want to share that TUP is one of the QS top 35 rankings in Asia 2026. TUP is number 3 in SOOC's National Capital Region, number 203 in Southeast Asia, and 1,378 in Asia. The first time that TUP is ranked in QS rankings. So with that po, thank you very much, and we keep expanding the horizon of what's possible for our people and our nation sa ating bagong Pilipinas. Magandang hapon muli, and God bless everyone.
Saliwat madamo na salamat, Dr. Reynaldo Ramos. And there you have it, everyone. All throughout today, we have been united, not just as a network, but as a country and as an archipelago through innovation. Once again, my name is Kurt Soberano.
Technopreneurs, today we have highlighted our intentional roles. Universities are the nucleus of innovation, and innovation is our new expression of patriotism. Thank you for taking the commitment. The challenge now is how we sustain it. So welcome once more to the Shared TBI Network. My name is Danny Dingkong. Madamo na salamat.
Hello. Everyone, I'd like to request everyone to kindly come at the center stage for our family yearly annual class photo of the TBIs. And then after this, please be reminded that we will have our fellowship night. Please be at your best Halloween costume. Ano oras ngayon? 6 p.m. daw. At Palawood.